Injoja sukutu kaninya pasabi kuminya. Edia bramuta mayana sasuota atumse. Omanu sabeyeyo, omanu sariyeyo. Eya seta ose, omafo braneche. Omanu sabeyeyo, omanu sariyeyo. Eya seta ose, omafo braneche.
16th June 2020 and approximately 42 minutes gone past 1500 hours. A pretty late start, but here we are once again on Bamaso, where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come with that very beautiful objective of figuring out how in our own corners we would be able to let the Ghana that we would want to live in become a reality from nowhere, but simply from within us. So from this very moment until whenever we would draw the curtain, it is incumbent upon all of us to make sure we come with our primary identity, that is the fact that we are Ghanaians, we treat ourselves as such, and together we seek nothing but the very best for our dear nation, Ghana. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And just runku ana kesian son koma maybe biara will be ado afidie na to A24 radio sampempensue. And benada June there tosu dunsia. No me ansan so abapa hu sima aduanan and 9. Bamaso ne edru no why. Ye beto ato adwene ne ahwe kwan ye betimi afa. Ama ye man Ghana etimi akonanim. Enti efri sampempensue ya kopem se ye de dwumedie no baba wieye no. Ro party ntare nyina gu baabi. Why? Maame Theodosia Oko the Ojama ye no hye no mom ba wi ase nyina hunu se odogana ana ne panku to nso na wo pe amasa o ma kronkron no se otimi bomoden ayesa dwumadie woni beje ho bibia bekoso aha bia no woni beje ho no kwasem ewom ene se if you are to make your reference point a smaller group within Ghana there, if whatever we say here does not go in favor of that smaller group, you would feel aggrieved, you will be disturbed and what have you. But if you use the whole of Ghana as your reference point, I bet you be anywhere about how I will feed you so it's answer said the piano enko no ebekwa akushi say in the interest of our dear nation Ghana. Tisanande de kan do afidi na to akondi for do amamma okoko na bomodin say obehye shingad e wo akoma ho. If say a smaller group within the largest of all groups we call Ghana no is your reference point there. Sauti ani said the doctors are doing to all the way in Roehampton and Atena etiani dia nature say Papa Smiley. Me nema beja for one more time. Me gina omunyina nemu na me tonchia kese die mudo kese pa edema wo. Somwe na ene yentu akwantu no so. Eye United Kingdom for eneda and the shase. Say no, say non-essential workers no. Betimi akwadwuma. And I know say many of you have started getting their way back to work. Even in the midst of that, there's been a little confusions here and there. But ninyina no, let's just say release kakra debe abem and yanumbi are allowed to go to work. Ewa hase. Very interesting. Let's just say ye easy lockdown kwa no ye easy no ko kama. We hope say all the necessary precautions preparations ni nyina kama as we carry on beautifully. Another the 15th of June 2020 and so Asemba quiet here and it's onyom tuni nana 24 ya eternity ya efren 9924 ono so ehudo do na kakra bɛyɛ sɛ na wotwe bɛyɛ mmienu ntam nie na ne ho dodɔ no a ne ho dodɔ no ɛne da nkra yɛnyaayɛ ne sɛ nanatufoɔ 9924 abranteɛ yi 66 years deɛ sɛ ɔda ho yɛ abranteɛ ɔdaeɛ a wanyɛ deɛ bɛ wansɔrɔ nti na kyerɛ sɛ nanatufoɔ ɔno nso ɔdi kan atoa baabi a ɛyɛ kofi bi adi kan ɛkɔ no nti yɛkɔtie nnwom baako aba yi no na kyerɛ sɛ ne kwan so ano no yɛmfa ne nnwom baako a m'ani gye ho paa m'ani gye saa nnwom no ho paa ɛsiane sɛ mmene bi atwa mu no ne di m'asɛm ma me paa yɛntie saa nnwom no ne yɛba ɛnɛ nkɔmmɔ a ɛwɔ hɔ nom no yɛde ato pono no so one after the other nanatufoɔ ɔse sɛ abeeku yɛba yɛbɛtoa nkɔmmɔdie no so
Abu Boko say,
Medumini Rososo, say a bay and Belsoso, in your jasu, Kotu Kani, Yapasabi, Komina, Eddie and Ramuta, Mayan Sasu, Atumse, Omano Sabayo, Omano Sariayo, Ayaseta, Ose, Omafo Brad, Omano Sabayo. Sariayo, Ayaseta Ose, Omafo Bradlestre.
Asɛm no ne tenten ɛne ne ti a wanyina ana mpanyimfoɔ kaeɛ ɛwɔ nnwom yi mi ɔsɛ ɔman no bɛyɛ you sɛ nyɛ you ɔmanfo ɛbra ɛna bɛkyerɛ. So it is down to me and you sɛ kakra bi a yɛbɛtumi ayɛ yɛbɛyɛ na ɔman no afa ne ntoma pa afira. In my quiet moment while I was deliberating on many issues, I realized that one of the very things that possibly stops us or prevents us from doing whatever we can in the present going forward, and it's we need instant gratification. Instant gratification comes in many forms. We want to make a name for ourselves in the now. Possibly the results of it in our lifetime. Na baby I was here shasi free no. Shasi free ho. Na shasi free baby. Think and say we can jump some of the steps, and then we will see the things coming into fruition, and then we make that gratification we want for ourselves. Sometimes too, instance we would want that gratification into na yesha and maybe we hold more in the now no we should do nyadia sa gratification and sabe kantino and until yenya there by yen higher hokrani I debe ana yaye. Na mmom no se oti ase se wi ase ha ye womu no o man bia womu bia ba bia wo bia ti ase se it is a continuous work in progress. Yes, it's a continuous work in progress. It never stops. Igusu aye yeko. And just ask yourself, would you just sit down and just, recollect all the things that you keep enjoying in this world, and just try and see if you would be able to recollect where it all began. Just bring into mind. You realize, you say, some of the things we enjoy to see if you krana idea they didn't even enjoy of it. Enjoy it. And it's out here say this world is a continuous work in progress. And yet they also to me in the now. Even if you wouldn't have that instant gratification that you want, in the now, just do it. And then hopefully life will take care of the rest. When I say life will take care of the rest, I'm not saying say the man na to free so no if man na to free so no just you leave it just like that and life will take care of it. The rest say no na bibia e it's all about planning. So it's all about planning. Na yemududo na no empeme brain so no, instead of we planting the seed for it to grow into a tree, we many a time try to find a fully grown tree and just plant it, right? Netting. Instead of we planting the seed for it to grow gradually, watering it, doing all those things around it, and later it grows into that awesome tree. Yampenisa ibinya kebekwa akofa tree na bi wo baby ya be dua eba so you know the outcome of that. And that instant gratification or that quick gratification That many a time and you hear, especially when it comes to our political parties, yeah, or edi or mine anymore. They prefer that instant gratification. Ain't you know? Or person ye be within that 4 years now. Waba bemuno. Said ya be ya. You be who so yeah. You be who says you want oh why BB. Instant gratification. And see Adebia I was say, oh, this is a very wonderful vision. Yes, it's a very wonderful one. But see a penya, what are the seeds that we have to what? Plant that will carry on, and then we will be able to get that wonderful vision that we have. Penisa there be. Penugram, maswesi every baby, near the akusi honum, and then you know what happens when that happens. You know why win him. And ti asia call kasem. Nehuni say the obetimi aye in the now. Even when you don't live, it does not happen in your lifetime. Say you will be beneficiary of whatever you plant. That seed that you plant today. Remember, it will be very useful in some time to come, even when you are gone. Now, a very beautiful video be a photo in itself. Papa bi dua udua ode edua bi seed bi hye fom ana o ka kire ne ba ne se enyen pen nyem emre nyina ana de bi a obedua no ebe fifi ama wa nkasa wa ye de be wonya so mfaso enti papa yi de sa seed ne hye fom no na ne ba gina ne nchen na ne ba no ejina ne nchen no a odi ade ne hye fom odi ade ne hye fom fifi ye kama na ade ne fifi ye ne wie na papa na nkasa no wa ye de be na wawu enti ne ba no wanyini abewo ba afi de ne ba no ne nana no ana odi ne ba akotena edianase, and then they were just enjoying the beautiful oxygen that is coming out of that tree. Beautiful. Enti papa na odi ade na nkasa de wanya de be wanya beneficiary of eduana oyeye no odua no sa na tie enyeme bi wo hono mu a ye be ne nei in your lifetime wan kasa per se unya ho mfaso ni bi, but eno nkyere se mfaso ni so mfaso ye de be e wo so enti mesa ka obi o ma no ebe yo se nye yo o manfo ebra ene mekire yenkwa ahoma no so e rasaba mediama adoko aba ana eye Prince de Bombardier enso aba abeku ene ekutie no eye onyumtuni nana tufuo ode James nana tufuo 9924 ene da ene wo free mo yen chance wo ras badwemba so kakra bi yen comedy ma ne Prince de Bombardier enso so ras the baby
Papa.
Hey, the badwemba.
Papa smiling.
Hey, why I say? Everything blessed. Oh, you and then yaba, right?
Yaba.
Ya late kakra de. Ya late. Enti yenko enim na chieti fo na ensem kakra bia me kan yi se enwom no so na abeka bi wo ho a ka ne ma me de ma adoko ne Bombardier enso akwa ba
Jo papa me da se na me chieti fo nyina quick na me chia ma me ma de nyina doctor ma me tina me chia osun kokwa sokra na chia obefia da nkomo oso be chia princess ya wo Australia also me chia sankofa ehima no so me chia no sasna mechia pakwa we so na mechia jamensa na mechia minia abe mechia udahine ento so sabre mi se oba na mechia no ofa kofi chum ya wo sabre wo omanga na mu nte ya ofa tie ya nte UK ye virus na eba form ti sabre de nte ya ofa betima aye Mra say lockdown di twema we betima ba UK say nye hu saa te se fe so the offer e wutie mi a say e de niam bi tutu kwa mu a oba virus no entimi nye hu the man of aswati e wo kom mana chibobo so be pakwa we so na macho jabo di wo stay so mecha so kokwa so kra sa so na mecha openia kotibo achi wo USA na video bombardia also wabatabe osumetiao na osofo adoko osumetiao doctor ba kupe ya ene no wo afidie so onu so metiano doctor nso onu so e wo USA papa emreni nti ene ade no mebo ne tewtew na emse ebe na wo ebe na kakreni emse yimia Prince Bombardier na yi suwa na emse na edidi nkomo ne birthday last month mebo na kwanyonyo sama na tufo ebe mu na eja chase kamebo ehun komo kakra efa na netufo mbade owa kradia enkwa entimi na mi nim se na oba be connect sabe se wa atofo ma de be kan na tufo de mi pa yi pa nyese bia intense de na last month na inu Bombardier enyu no na ese mintimi kan bibi bebre because sometimes no abibia no ye nipa bebre no ye ma nipa no etofom ansan na bia yaka ne ho asem anyway enti nana bibia obia no mi ma de mi fedie die ene se de yaka no amane hunu mi se bia na wo ko no enche ye beba ye beba anete nyina no nya de ye be ka wasa si so nana de kana bibia no okwa meja wotisi baby pama ye na te ye ba emere me so ne te ba ye benya baby so atena no ma isu so nkokora na ja yeso se de amane abo tiba papa ye meka afa eho ene sabre ene ho no ida se na unsam kakra oka ye gratification na mi hu se nipa sana yete Yesu ene ye ban wo obibia mu nemum emra so se ese itimi etena se na ye control sa eniema no sebe ya ebetimi de enipa bi ebesi ho ama echirima eba na omusoso aba beto so se ya anya ne sa dia papa ye beye niema bi gugwa sa na yeja ne ho akọ na emre bisun na mikohu eniema bi mikofum na mihu niema mienu bi na mihu se yede abrosi edui na abro abano epie taso na mihu se yede abefua anase abedua aba enso yede shefom epie na mihu sa eniema no mienu na mihu se mire bisun ya na abeni pie ye no mihu se etui yi babia yenese anase yenese abeno yedi firi hoko dia efompa taso na mihu se aburo esusu efifi na samre no na mihu adekura nsusu ye wum ntimi ye maji se aburo no se de eja efa abe efiri ni position na wa manensi wa wodi call baby fufuro ego dia ye no ntimi hu se aburo ni pie ye no meso me fa aburo no ese ega mede koku dia baby for ese betu aburo no de akwa kosi baby fufuro na ade eche ye no be hu se anyeye ba ku su enyankwa enti papa se de na wo kan se na de se dua bi so de ye tempi no ya na ye pese the full grown tree no anase dua bi etwa anase pejani nyina na pese eko dua enwo baby a isese bi a ebe gugu ababi su esuo ede ababi be shefom na ye be nese ne kakra na ababi nyini abeye dua papa no amaya so abapa no amaye no ya na enya eho abotre we ya ade bi a ma me huni emre bi a etwam na enche bi a ye mampani kofo amamuo no mu no wodi bibi si na ni so se obesi edan bi ama ye president and as a president bi a obebe bia no oba abetena mu na tese yemko osu castle hobi na ya ade a na eye adepa enianu bebre no yehu se eye nemom yefe eye no na o gratification ya wokan na mehu se nanka emre no a na mre so senka ye mampani onu mom no etna saa naani mu nanso so enam se yepese ye bibi na ye yankasa yese fili ade ni bi ansa na ye free ho no ampa ye he eka ye mampani dada watwam owura atamis ono so baaye eka obebo eda na ho na kyerese bibi ankoye esise na obaaye no kyerese onkotena da ni bi se security system na wo ho ne enye enti emaye sa abande sa place na my mountain sa ko castle ho ansana tire yeba na kyerese bibi ankoye enti kakra meka ni nyina se yepeso omano egana eyeyi a papa emaso se yese enye bia se fufro kwaso kra na fufro ni nyina na yede from day one kindergarten for omoba KG for na me rat me bompire and I said baby I make us bia no it is the next 10 years 15 years 20 years to come no saminu mienu papa na se to woni be hu chachira ye dia ene na kindergarten for no yemfa bibi enhye wo mo ase ema omano na nkwaye se tintina me rat enam se be di ekun na ni nti se mi hu na mi nya bidi ansa na makọ na kyese esa no na ye ayipamu na ye ntwene enianu a omoba ana enkoda ye pese ye wo mo eba no omo eyi bi ana se bia ye pese ombe kono ebenyi be ye mpanipa na kyese ye nwene wo mo ho enti papa ye kasa se ye dwine nkoda no ho de a ene na me ni omienu ye ndua bibi enne ye mfa duaba bi enhepom na ye mfa maneo enguso ni ngugususu ni eno doho ni emaye ho 10 years to come 20 years to come yebenya petagana nyamishira obibia eda obibia papa takra meka afa ho no nyamishira.
Thank you very much Ras Bajumba na yema mediama adoko enso akwabe owie ya yako Prince de Bombardier enso mediama adoko kodie
Papa Smiley, all the time.
Beautiful.
Hey, Papa Smiley, I know. Say, oh yeah, radio, oh yeah, presenter.
Ras Bajumba. Hey, Mbenyim Fadwin.
Bajumba, in fact.
Memenda.
Oh, a preacher, now say, I mean, what said?
That's right.
Now me here so them back kan in fact okuchinchin amman so ko Australia ko America aba UK ko Ghana na oma visu so
that's right.
Papa Smiley Ras Bajumba ampa Bajumba ampa ni din ene ne kasa ne no se Papa Smiley na meso media bansa wabo nchia ne de Papa Smiley ense nchia no a oboe no mentumi emfa nchia kase bi anka ho ense ne a waye na meso mede nchia kase emma no Papa Smiley so nchia no ntumi nchia no ho nka ho so
that's right
ntumi de nchia kase emma Ras Bajumba
that's right
waboye nchia no waboye common senior Papa Smiley what they to ye nimeno Papa Smiley media no say senior unimeno ya kind dina ne be faka kra na me de ebi so a enran in fact enran me try ya say nke me nsa ebe kan but ni na no Papa Smiley na yaba Papa Smiley life is about giving. Life is about giving. Or can I say ye duaba ye gugu sunsu. About Smiley say ye we abre say ye we abre so and no dear enya de say the see because you're politician there odua eso twa no wa na wo ka bibi say ye dua na ye bu no wa dia abasmali en say eno no fa ma ye ntumi nwen en chen yankasa so eno no nye vision bia no a ewie e wo breso no enye vision a say ye da ho krampo edwen ho ni a short term abasmali na njibia in fact okay na no njibi ga ma adwen mu mento anan
ani atum yankoi
Ghana my happy home land of rich resources,
that's right,
land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. And see, I say I will fight for you. Now, I'm on Bobby's glorious Ghana. You have a smiley. I want you to out.
Okay.
I will fight for you.
Glorious Ghana.
I will die for you.
Glorious Ghana.
Wait, stop. I will uplift your name in all I do. Justice and freedom. Now, about yes, you know, say. In all I do, all think, or think or something to say. I will fight for you. I will die for you. I will uplift your name in all I do, or think, or say. Nia me ye, nia me jane, nia me ka, say, me dogana. Abasmali, bahu. And German side, and what day is soon more.
And a crack, Mediama.
And what day, Papa Smana, Utia, also one can say racial justice or say racial tolerance. There is no way, Papa Smali, we can fight for racial justice and win this game. I'm not saying racial equality is not there. We are equal, but to say we are fighting for racial justice. It is racial tolerance. But justice is on its own. Justice must be justice. There is no social justice. There is no equal justice. Justice is justice. Abasmali. Nia eyama Donald Trump, eyama Papa Smali, eyama Midiema Adoko, eyama Achibobo, eyama
Rasbadimba.
Papa Smiley, justice should be justice. Justice should be justice. But Ghana, no, yes, justice and freedom. Now, justice, no, will be. I won't say in Crawford, no crime, but sometimes I'm not almost share, but will be. Freedom also, bomarding, but say. Being political freedom. Okay, being independent, no, it doesn't make you free. Because when you are independent and you are not economically free, you are not intellectually free. Papa Smiley, na kakakra, Papa will say, Rasbajumba say, yes, here, I will one banoso. In fact, men ya again pa because omo kono omo to sa ni mebre apopo ya mboso enunti se ya kase nke ye kapa nke obi o ye gani no en se on sa ayi ni na adwen mu na kon se me se meti asinko ade se owu krampa se bi ankra because of justice and freedom. We were Ghana. Papa Smiley, maybe say, who says, I'm no, and I see a Juma. A bet me a Juma. Papa Smiley, Mamma, Bayno, and Fambra, a pa, and so said, make tea coffee TV. But no, my for some time. Coffee TV, cannot say, name Panoa, Okokum, JB Danquano. Papa Smiley, or be charging the phone, our common say infa area. Now nipa no aka report Am I achi aquano okum David Dankwa? But Papa Smiley, those that are behind, because they are offering one, there is no way he could be able to locate JB Dankwa wherever he was. So there is somebody or there are some people behind. And that guy, I can report here, that guy is in on a single parent. Ne mame and in Nechiliba. Omo are now in trouble. The government has not given them any protection there. Papa Smile, I was wondering, say, wow, can this happen? Papa Noa or no one thing. Now, yeah, this in fact, I don't know the phone, yes, or pin phone now or charge it. If you acquire the phone, about send a phone, what you in fact, me here stand on coffee TV, or coffee TV, so open so yeah, which you can't come with you. Now, Yanni acquire at now, almost can't excess. Aquano no why grammar or who may be on fat. Internet say Papa Smiley, the aim say only bamba. What does that mean? I am just speculating. Is it to say the government in power knows something about the debt? I'm not saying the government in terms of the person leading, the president. I'm not saying. But does it mean there is somebody in government, and I said there is somebody in this current government that had some kind of knowledge about it? In this sense, they are not being given protection. Because they are not on protection, which means what actually happened. Because the guy that did it, he had got evidence. I'll say na moja wo ho na moja no echirom awogru moja no, and he had when the na moja no na phone he unlock no. When he went to Papa Smiley, in fact all along, how many years? 2 years was there and over, almost 2 years.
JB Diano JB Dankwa Diano. Oh, JB the ono 2016 no 2015 and 2016
okay. 2015 2016, and up until now, akwewe yacheno evidence say
2016 9th February. Why?
Thank you, Papa Smiley. Now up until now, no, that thing is not being given, and I was thinking, say, hey, Ghana, I would die for you. Hey, land of mighty talent, justice and freedom. Papa Smiley. It may be someone who say, hey, now JB Dankwa cramp on you. Now me no Papa Smiley. Yeah, they are being cashier. They call Ghana. Papa Smiley. See, if it's me, I cannot cram no. You will not crave me, I can. Papa Smiley, and not the I am come on, say life is about giving. Sometimes when you give, you don't have to expect to receive. Now me share Abraham, I'm right. I'm born share no bo. Papa Smiley, who is a boy no ono anani ehu. I say, go for about dozen. I some for no Abraham kakrebi no hu ye. Now, I see all these died, not receiving the promise. They were waiting for us. Papa Smiley say, "You Emma Ghana." That's a Ghana year. No, we are not going to get the benefit, direct benefit, but I can guarantee that our generation to come will benefit. For the sake of the generation to come, let us sacrifice and give to Mother Ghana the justice and the freedom that is due everybody. Papa Smiley, Manuatoha.
Yo, ya bedo asipa mediama adoko. See the mediama mo sha se akwa sorry ana. See
ya say ya ma ba no say yan de enye mpa ye ketekete. Oka tell Pentecost as uncle one pie 1 hour. No, on one na 30 minutes no be chance ya spark. Because of what tongues na when akwa afro akwa hum no na 30 minutes o. Obeta nyame asukura no papa smali. Ena abozi yesi menkasa. Nti yanko kra.
Oh, okay.
Yanko. Yeah, chema. Yeah, opin. Coronavirus ni yata say you pin it come na kokra. When time pass Mali Ghana no asha say increase.
Well we have figures in the na say I think say it's gone past 11,000 now. But some say in all these cases, no say recovery rate no so it was through kakra fine. So
the answer sama. You baby ayare. You see I see any dey break up there. Baba. So na o ka kire obi say onfa onya a face there ben. Uncover the nose in the face. Now, that's man, you may be crab no. You may be abono. I was sorry right here. Will be crowded. The tobacco, we know they are kitchen on no corner. That was the face one. Ya mo paye mangana ya ko
sasela mo bon paye mu fie mu kakra for
abasmali me gidi yesa nyame kire kwan dada no first no na abasmali yen hia sa ne efie na ya kan denden a anja ne ye but me nyina na ese ya kan fie ano I think that church is not going to be the same ever. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. But Smiley, Nimpa, when we talk of culture, sometimes we are looking at ethnic culture. But some of these lifestyles, they are cultural stuff. A culture idea ya manako kwaya hunti ye jai anase ye kakana esenia ye shibi be free.
That's right.
Yeah, it is something that we have acclimatized ourselves to. About Mali. Nante anka ano ani wonu wabusuafo ya na ebehie mbako na ya ye na ekọ na nkakaka na echese na ye libi ewo ye nputem community no ye fi ye na community no ne adwen na nke ye base na de nke nyoma be nke bia esisi a ye kan say we shankom na azia ama de bia akaska skasam kakre wo hwe wo say nkofo bibire ye ntumi nsori bio because say yen kushia ni agije offering ya ba for ye nti ebinum amuntu nsori na si anso de am say maraba o Ghana say wo be ye ya say anke say omode bibi etaro eno na mpese mehwe so won training ya you don't practice with people you see, it is, even though it is not physically, it is emotional. Sometimes some people are emotionally, spiritually, psychologically deranged. Ya doing woman into woman general into as any idea a prophet say. Now prophet say, "Ne can someone can see or radio so." Na we dem bia no nkomhye ba no na mahu se owu ba mahu se tem omo so abofo bi ebisane you see how we COVID-19 by Papa Smiley. You wouldn't say son and cough over brain, commission almost no, even if you were my dream. Now can me feel so, be best sorry I can say, COVID-19, but he 2 months time.
Oh, sir, a big kind you Anna want it. Yeah, TB Joshua. So on Friday, no say, okay, match, ending of match, or baby.
Okay, year.
Okay, date can home, okay, match day now, Casa can home. I feel we are some.
Okay, year no.
2020.
Okay, out with it.
Oh, me there, all kind of now. When you be in frame, all kind of now.
Into March 2020, no, Abana, my.
Oh, Sunny, any to ya.
Already, why bold? Obey you have my defense. Also, 2020 not March 2020 not a flat.
I say, I think that the response of the buyer and say he was misled by the Holy Spirit.
You see, what is the guarantee? Sir, the previous, he wasn't misled.
Where they will see he was misled.
On one misled, and I say,
a basano, or mountains, and then some video in the pictures by also call mountains now. I call it new Empire Bontino. I know they are until the see it. So
I was not, I had me, who now can't hear, but named to be a damn again. Say, I can say he was misled by the words, on one misleading, but say, I can say he was misled by the words. Just say, what can you know? I see a fan say, assume, say he was misled, and I can't say, if that is the logic in the then that is where we put it into what is the guarantee said. First, no, it wasn't misled. And it wasn't misleading.
I say, Media Doko, young fan say, oh, yes, awful. All right, and I suffer back with now on chain. Anna or suffer no, I can't say, this is what the Holy Spirit is telling him or her, right? Media Doko. A quan so now bit me verify say no casem Holy Spirit na casa asem ne chire.
Oh, Baba Smiley, Holy Spirit no say you on need impact say me no. So inti oka say ye test ye say obi bana so say home ni say ya and no na nkoko di gbepo inti home ni say ya o say dey okay na ye bin kan ahwe ne Bible kan afa asem no wa kan because bi anywhere any Bible no. It say a Bible no say Holy Spirit catch us say ko wari be yire a na can say Holy Spirit on to me enkwati asem no enya ni a ono ankasa ba so obeye o ba so obeye Jesus Christ nyam eno no number 1. Number 2 also so obi ka asem na sa ambemu a na wa share control eno no kire say onye nkomse obi tun ya nkomse ni but obi tun ya share control ebi wo Bible no papa bi sa oyo komsini peni nkomse bi bae yesma komsini ketwa se ko Samaria ko kashanko na mo ko ameni bi na nkomsini peni okoshia se so yo wo bebi a no say na me aka kire me meso bi nkomsini se nya wo ye na me kra me o dey na me aka kire se didi na ye abasmali oye yo didi ya security na sisi se ai chere no ukum no wa na ni gina line no se de ogina ni funu ema ye ba fa ko papa smali nsabo wi asenti so o ka chere se ohom se ya so ohom no ni nan oni nsa na mehu se ni gina yi na ontimi ke yina no di ohom ni se ya o se ma mentwan se nia o kan sa ohom se no eduru wa of course ebi etimi ababat enye honhom ne se na chese magia to won se yen so honhom ni na nhwe se nia ye ka no no kra but now there's a test there's a test honhom no in natural.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I see. Now say test no litmus test no Bible na na be ya me boa.
Exactly na nia AC no nti o say honhom ne say 20th March coronavirus bako So wa predict and a anchor into maybe say dey home na ka kire o e wa home ana say e home boni ana e home pa home na wa ka kire no e home atro wa nkasa home betumi aka bi a kire o there is no way
okay
personally there be any kwa we be radio BBC ana o record BBC or today there is no news there's
na media ma hu say home kokon ono so timi sesa na adwene ana nti bia so o ka say 20th na say 20th ni duro na
adwene ewo wo ho ana say o sa na adwene wo de be ho
o say home kokon no as aka kire ne say 20th March coronavirus beko right and between that no catch the 20th March and between that time they say the next 20th March and I say no okay say we are misled by Holy Spirit now why am from Swana
I am from soccer here because I was smiling no credit back home and I home so no credit home and India amawo wonya arreshim ane ahotoso wo de ye ne a o ye no ane say ni o kan no nti o ka kiro say okay bom mpaye mankrofo we na say wo ye na ebe na say wakoye bi na sa amamu a na wa bi sa ho say dia ho na eka because of personally enya hon kronkron na ye djuma we ewi asi nimpa hon ka ho obansam hon ka ho ene nyame hon ka ho hon ma ye djuma no so ho anti say ebamu a na say ye hwe na troto aso na sa ampanso o se ohun bi anigu a obetimi aka say Yesu Kristo eye akesi Yesu ana sa waka say Yesu ama ohun na mu sa ohun na ye ohun wo trofo
okay
yes nti say ye hwe na ye de to baby say papa smile ade no ewo ho I'll say you have the spirit in you, and therefore you need not anybody to tell you what it is and what that is. Anyway, I'm not here to. I'm not saying say Papa no kind of it can be his own spirit. So say or share say for ACS so funny you know. So can be na you say still no I powerful personally. Moses kura no a okafa Israel efi Egypt no when to me and Canaan.
That's right.
Okafa Egypt Israel for no free Egypt no. Ono kura no when drew Canaan. Inti wa me no ye na 20th century 21st century no. Me and Jane say we are authority in ourselves. No. We are not authority in ourselves. You know the yes nyame baba odi but edi no de na ye ka no come krom ani we nu mo be ye nyina no personally they are not there. Ghana is still there ana me boa
ene no krepa me de ma
nti so bi fat ba no fi say ono na say ye hwa na ye de bobra you are not going to be living forever and it's na eya na enye say ye de ye ho eto a political dispensations so bebre say NPP, say NDC. Unfortunately for us, you see, I say they are the competing parties. And I'm waiting for Fabian say with that political party, Ghana is not going to be going forward. And that is where people are into Biana so when Mbappe now Basha say the Shana dream who goes to grab a politician. Personally, yet in we need to. The citizenry must be educated to be themselves and not to just live for other people. Anyway, personally, and say, "Me yako actually."
Say, something is within you, and they push you. Say, "Say Holy Spirit na namba."
Oh, say, I know the me ankasa me passion. Magana. Who say me say or say. I will die now, and you know, okay, me to no kwa.
Glorious Ghana,
my happy home, land of rich resources, land of mighty talent, racial tolerant, justice and freedom one can home minion to not to be.
Oh, some the Jim Homer, glorious Ghana.
I will die for you,
glorious Ghana.
I will uplift your name in all I do, all speak, in all I do, all think, all see, all say, yeah, in all I do or think or say. Everything that I do and I think and I say, I will do it to uplift the name of Ghana.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Baba Smiley, Yama JB Dankwa, New Wona, Waguno, Yavuni say, isn't that a Kumunoa, a dear man in Panuko Kumuno. Baba Smiley, I don't know, me pet, me, a bear,
about the pa. You, Media Madoku, thank you very much. Now, Onyum Pacho, Unim your Troy, and your boy.
Yeah, patriotic song, but in fact, men train over Papa.
Okay, all right. Why?
Not one a boy.
I think I'm Miss Mukwako.
Only a young research.
Young research.
Then you will be some. I send you.
Oh, there. Oh, there. Oh, yeah, say Bombardier and Viana on your boy. Why?
My Bombardier on the ministry.
Viana on your boy. Prince the baby. Bombardier.
Baba.
Then pump to Seminar.
Watching pattern now, ye. Mire, was said, ye. Look at Bibi, I mean to you. Tinga, beta, tinga. Oh, Joyce, watching pattern now, ye. Ah, a day, ye was said, ye. Look at Bibi, I mean to you. Sena, I think I better tinga. Papa Sanyo, no, and I am the Indiana, Messim, so not what mammy, and not to four. Sanum, no, our phone, papa. Namatis, na ras now or bo, and not to four some money. And that's a dear MP for your sorry, sending 24 can also not 1,000 for 5 yechi. And yet, yeah, I come to four no. A year agreement, Yamina Penny, or Nene, or Munina, she Hamburg, Germany, and Gemma Boggess, no, original ones, no. Na a chair, teacher Macope, Mafia. Na a chair Jamensa, a Jachum. Na a chair, a year princess of Australia. Ras, ye chow. Papa said, ye animal, and not to four. And then a cobase, ye say, Wakaye, echo the other word, no. And me say, no pants, no warning in the Kama. Now, the Biamacase, oh, sir, and you to focus and not to form money, I'll let's go to Bono. Omunyomono, a friend say, Evergreen. Of course, a BI Evergreen, DBI, na handy, a Yadia, a Bayer Brown, that DBI green, or Pebromo, winter, summer, fall, autumn, and green, Sana, Omunity, a relatable to life. Ocean, you may bring me diner, Sabawa, Fufu, buy no, I dare or buy me, the sanity. And maybe more in your much in Ponomuni Bucrano, Yere, obey Boa, Boa, Brat, Capet, can they be said them? On any Yere Bob Bravianums is in Japadia. Na, ja, or Mapa Momoko, Yako Bafo. And now Bafo buy an Abia now, and Uncle Ditch, and use by name on the Nordic and the Subbantan or Warrior. No, I've been inquiry after an old train say, or Yellow for a dada no one summer. Once I'm a sankopa, Ebinson South to town, so no. Now, I question a year ras, acquire ras obidia, said ye, a year of visiting, say, Missado Bisono, 80, when you very relatable, and today, and you want Sergeant and not to four, or say, you not say no, nanny teacher, a Alice Kunedu, and the Squedu, and or Denisha in the musical career, or shall say as a keyboardist, a keyboardist, or one piano, any organo. Sana not to for only from musicians, no. We musician also to be bought at least one percussion, silver piano, keyboard, ana guitar omna musician nemom se utumi su microphone nko ade a wo ye singer nti enye obi a otonyu bia no musician nemom every musician no obetuma singer mana ye ene de computer daroma no woni eda okọ studio ho na tumi she beat na ama ban kan de ohwe nana I can say nana konedo mu ne eye nana pedo we kuta guitar we so boga no mo tonyum no fam ti Steve Wonder no and papa no ayanti asempa nti we ko onso America term in Quebec so tender age or the 66 years spend no die ba o de baga ne mu a na wanyini ye bi se Ghana no the life expectancy 64 years.
Nse atesi ho ombade ye adwuma no sans for gba adwuma nti don say me dia ma he will die for Ghana me boa
Papa
waba to aso bombade why to aso
ohe Ghana ye nyina 64 years ma ni nyisi mema na ma 63 ena mema 62 enti enye nwanwa se nipa ewu a omo obituary posters no yes oba penny be wodi 59 kwaz oba penny ayara wosem ohe na nanu ma bitimi di 90 120 150 150 nyina wo mba san se ja Guinness record book no mo pe best certificate di ntim fanchire enti enyini ye enso ne na natufo na we be ka se I can say opening na natufo 66 years extra pa na nyina na make us a cumulative effect oba Africa Ghana can say family medical history no ye da ton chen menso na yetim say bi abusan we bi asthma we mutena de to de na ware no mbeso me say oh mbeso me hwe yare bi na wo man ai no ohia na represent na ja obi kwa asthma wo na busum kra na ha no kododi wo ko nyanti no ton chen to be say wo dance be nim bia na yare bia ye genetic wo abusuan mu genum no na abasa diabetes 1 na egu ho ye wo respiratory disease brewa yimu ene ye wo cancer ho breast cancer na yi na abusuabu a ma no omtanya breast cancer enti oba bochira obabu a wonim sade ntino no won ka so on train no we train no fun mienu nyina ha efri ho no enti we ebia menim die nya no ebia be kwa bit my family medical year order da anansa no ankasa ni wa na edu so wo ana ni sisi die wanhwe wo a wanhwe ye beka se bia se bi coronavirus kwa na bia wonya enso ne bi nye no enso coronavirus beto yade bebre wasa so enso se die enu tina men kofo bebre in hospital ko so okokwa na obo wa kwa wanhwe ye beka se ye do akoka coronavirus statistics no nto bia ehyefi eno no madakatri eno obia eno APC ni malafa ne malakwen ni kan se kenakwen 442 enti ene abai ngofo bebe din ho dance se de bibia ye no ena na ngofo ka se eni pa kwanti asia ene ka eja yema flowers no enye sam wowu ne de flower koto ne naso enti onyu tuvo bebe ho aye bubo budin a omuda so tuwo enzo metia zi we ya de we ye mo bia na mo ne bakon wi a afina ye beka no ho ye okaka no asempa eno amachi de kasa o se na natufo wudie ebe critic gap e wo high life no pa abeni ya dwindie nenso no no bizu bi just na onim sade na wan kan o catch and personal no wo ana se ne bako wo na yusu ebe eulogize no obeti music afonka obone nko for music ene ebe ka no asempa ne ayi na o papa smally eye na natufo no e mega star ni label no unye mega star ye recordo ye fe label mega star label no impact kefie ena ye recordo mo enye obi akeke wo kobe on so shata wale mu sankofo na ya bi enye o mu de high life no mu ye yi no ena ye rese amachi de demo ne those days papa youngson mo no ena ye recordo mo enti o hwe ne nyunu bia to aketechwa maya aketechwe mini ene nyanti ebusu ade mi acha abase nene sunseme anume mini sunseme this is a depressive song but ja to bia na wan kasa na wan bo brayi and the bizu superstitious say be obana wambon ye no na na push phone na ja say de bia bube no na ukrum peto krayo wa ebi beka ene de bia meka papa himfa na isa ukrum no peto no reye sebi so you nsa dia na obituma survive otu oni bia obituma survive na papa so sebi okoyo sebi predo so okoyo show a ebe de wa survive so that's it and now what it to blood vessels now what it veins any arteries na himfa na moja neba ya hwehwe sa bebubu ha ye timilinkin we is na ukru peto krayo wa ai wakonya sebi we ya sentinel wakonya angrani dofu bia ododo na ebe keka na angra de den enzo ukora santinia asantini wari asantini kwa na asamba kwa na kroba ko ne den nyina nkosehwe na sato abeku ni se to abeku no abeku around 2001 one of the biggest hits of all time na sata me read teams no mu yisa de pa ko focus na not for oyobia or storyteller to say na nampedu otumo stories no kama ani na want to say relatable so that's here say ya yetati ko masifie ndia na komba ho ze tan hunu say one bedroom and educators achemu o empano kwaji 2/3 and divider no so wo empano nchen ho sa no na papa ni sofa akonyu bia wonya tentene bia 2 seater na 3 seater no osade yi rubber kichire cushions no so that's here na TV esi honum enti nkra be sa 5 na ebishe mpaase ebishe konya se nisu da ho ha enti wo twema nkra ne da be na yi anaje seja abekutimi da na wo abese papa no mame on bezo mu dia kakra aha ndi abeguzu on so nda na on kisem na enyum de otu bebri enyum ne de ono anda za to owo sefi owo twidi owo se na ba kumfo owo sefi na ogon be kase death is a democracy for all people and not an aristocracy for some people. Also, one day I damansakom enye ebim na ewu obi timi woman ye say we aristocracy sekeni and also we yin is plebeian na ye nyina yewu enti no so wo sefi ampa wo etimi sefi debe bia na nipakwa wo no ana na ye breadwinner ono hwe busuyi wokoba no wo hwe busuyi owu ana akwa adwen and Alex Credo to you no see ewu ayesu no enye se bia nipakwa no da ho ti yesu no ebia no ono come for so that's it ebia no na mo odwane di na aja eti esa na aja enye owu na wo pese na mo wo so benefit bia na ka wonye free sand pakwa no so that's it aha enti na not for a day ya atum so behwe nkofo bebre o show mo obu onso a no anyum otia na natofo enti we ba no papa waya de otumi twa 15 albums enye easy obi wo ho a one album and the name for community twa album o my singles o ye o release single ba ko mienu bia no ano ontumi release album cause enye easy that time no we album 8 songs 6 year lyrics and a 2 year I can say 2 year I can say instrumental and the no muti obi singles na no muti album hardly say net and number 4 musicians say and a singers say why album pa as a cover they be oko despite music wa wunye bi eni singles are more releasing on YouTube ne Apple Music ne wunye bi ba obi to try 15 albums there papa na or a champion we dey multiply by 15 albums multiply by 6 songs kwa na say and economy almost by 200 songs there economy enti eminse nche bia no omode ye no nchi she ebe baso na de no dono ebe kan ho asem de no tano so no ebe petene se no dono eno bi won so na ni age akoye fi wode e bia na no bi wasem enti ni nyina ye we nyina hu sempa ni pebe obi ne kana so kan ma mi enwu a ka wonji owu ndi no di so owu ekofu no de na nya na sem ono na ma no wi hu sempa se owu ho enti no ye nyina ye bi ko enye owu no na ha adwen ne mum se bebi a kwan obefa so akọ no obi so kana sen se enye efie de bebre na obetra so na ehie o ne mum the other side efie na de ma no ye enti obi o di 90 years nso contribution papa bia no contribute asase so and obi on so a oni 40 years kwa no wo hwe no ma wa ya wa de abo asa awiase a say yes this is the good die young the good die young nti de bia me na me so nya me hu bombali picture me say bia wodi be 50 years because so here year rasta gu ni tiso ne na bodju na obenyi so wanyini ama me nyini am ti say so 37 ko wendi 36 years old ye na papa na ye mwanwa yi so that ye mwanwa so bia ya bonyu na kokwa se tekse na enne kwa afia ni kofo di 50 years en se bi nyanse bi no madwene nyanse bia omo ho me di dance who contribute papa bia obia we di 36 years when you 40 years kwaya say one the greatest reggae artist enyu mo twa power enyu bia hu bomal enyu bia ka so di enye de dia wo say enye de kra no e de kra de say de fire home so that's it enti enye patutu hofo meme enjini empi bebedie no de bia e body nsen no hwese de oka no old model for the new model yetimi apply a emfa ho ochina yese bomba de ko papa small ko at least no obi ne kana so say say for say be prepare kwa mu a o de menka say ya for say be pranti wo papa bia keke de bi papa ya pa papa ya e be miensa e na bi twetwe papa ya emudu ne ya kekere plan yi na e bia wonim dan koma bi no firi mu a osorofo ne asase ko be kasa ampa openi bi transfer na akwada bi transfer ya your friends on be park kwa mu no papa ne yi so that's it enti then in any way the chan wa him ye mo brapa no na look at obranti we ni abon di wa nyini so ye sei ye wa nyini so ye sei akwa we ogun so openi bo kwa ye bompa ye ko mu cause wa try we asisa tin mo din sam kwa ye bompa ono kasa kada so wuzo di mu is what is it ebi pomo owuro ebi so fro owo be fa be ko wa di boni a so enti mo me fa tutu fo enti papa bi anyum ko ye betima bo atenga be ya tinga na
ya to hama why
na so ba ko so e fen Jesus e ran sem de to you no na me fo mu sam pa na to for besata papa na sa o mo ye kase secular musicians no papa de bi me ka ye say ayati content of the music no yes ebu onyate secular na so we are so nyum to nti there be the first and you be we are so ye fen say we are so nje say enyum bone so
that's right
and you me bring ni na content na obiti say no de hu enyum kro enti na to form one kodwantwum mo ta bo gospel eni na nampedi mo twa obo yi mo wo hwe na no for about more than 5 songs about to say bet the categorize gospel uti Jesus enyum na to say sanka ya sala po mu kwa na boy ya difference be the enemy you know mami nka say gospel music on biti ultimate secular music ni bi ebi wo ho a bebrewa a life related issue a obitimi dia ayede abobra amana so ayeyi medase
yo thank you very much say emre bi atwam ni busa ya ho say dia be kra na gospel music so na mchona dia be kra na gospel music because obi bonyom na o ka say erade nku na tamfo ma no onhye na tamfo ase na asefo a anya bia wabo erade din wo munti no na sansem we ntina ma na gospel music ana maybe another time we will throw more light on that na ene semrembem na say the connections are also strong with ya then ye nature say ye ne opening kase bi e ba twetwe nkomo on the change you represent series no the change you represent series no ye ne Uncle Richard yeah PPP executive director Mr. Richard ni ama e ba twetwe nkomo e wo kasa fidie so we are hoping say ora ama na homa no ebetimi asom kama no so aba am ya behu the change he represents. It is not just by a word you saying this is the change that I represent. Then yes, will be able to abba so name mum. You have to let us know what say yes, even if a single step that you've taken towards that change you represent, let us know. And as you share that change you represent to the entire world through this wonderful medium, you never know where that support that you need will be coming from, so that change you represent washa se kakra etu ho anamono it will become a reality. Enti ene say emrebem wa mahu se capital na mu de waba na mrebe mu a yene PPP Executive Director Mr. Richard ni ama ebetwetwe nkomo ewo kasafidie so hye nso na emre no so a wohu de ekọ kama yema Capito akwaba
Oh, Chief, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Na important then.
Oh, Yamna Dumo, Yawi, no one said.
Yamna Dumo ye pa.
Ubodi in the pa Niama, your friend Ama, which me catch cheaper, papa, smiling tea, or cassava obiti, the voice cry, only if you can challenge. Niama, Niama, or Kaku for the cass a tree nibi. Timmy who either mampon, or papim, or can. Na mkaso yankeni keke na se okasa ne voice ne de ne direction is smart
and some dem will be man of nti when the emre no sness wo no aba
you
won come I'll keep the slot open for him until see the Jumadi and maybe but hopefully no I'm hoping say obetumi abantem kakra so na
yes
yetimi abon komo fefe kama why
right me that's it make sure sir about the right time. I think he had been waiting. He's been waiting. I gave him a warning, so he's been waiting even before this time I will have to find out.
Okay, all right, and hopefully he'll be able to step in as soon as possible. Now Capito,
yes sir.
What by dear? One boy on Komoka said when we started, we were talking about instant gratification as the reason why many of the things that we do as a nation, it does not survive for a pretty long time, right? Now, I say, instead of we planting a seed to grow into becoming a big tree, yedi enkibinya nanka yepese yedi eduana enyinda dana na yedebe yekope duani bi ne yedi besi hono na ebane sa there are no roots that are grounded in the earth. Said ebeya this gigantic tree na yedi akusi hono no, it will be able to live a pretty long time. Enti yabo boss wa kama media ma doku abeka bi ras badwemba aba abeka bi na eja wonso why politician yi wonso kabi, right? Hopefully no PPP there you wouldn't be going for instant gratification. Whatever the vision may be, you'll be asking yourself what is the seed you would have to plant in order to grow into becoming that huge vision na momo wono esan say wa hwe hu a many a time esan say yempese be plant bibia na yepese edua no be si wonom right away aban bia aba na oye bibia after so aban no kono and then right away it also goes with him aban sa o ma no eni nyina so kama bia enti Capito PPP mo somebody am call for instant gratification. Na sanity dia ene munso mu views on instant gratification e hun sensem na ene say Capito boy nkomo
me that's me chair ibusafo a I'm sorry to see a woman pardon. Now as what we say it's a big one. I've been thinking, and then you penny back could be another radio station also from Ghana, Mr. Sterling. You Papa, Kasai, he spoke a lot. He spoke a lot. He just said, the things that have happened today happened before. Because in Yama, Sabi penny for common model to Aquamuna. For instance, NPP condemned naturally, they were the only opposition. Genuinely, they condemned it.
Capito, try 1 second. Mediama.
And I'm in some country.
After the Otianka. Okay, all right then. And yeah, Capito go so.
That's it. Okay, so Papa, open you come as an example, no, and never to go Aquama, he was condemned, no, or not necessarily, and it encourages us, those of us we that represent the smaller party, which is the PPP, there's a lot of encouragement in us. One of my members, and she's a lady, a Ghanaian lady, or South Korea. It's also one of our female members. Maybe some no minim for it's a program. I was very different. No, then be sense of our hint. No, so you grown up in South Korea. I'm so oh God. Time of Ghana independence, Papa Smiley. There was a war going on. There was North Korea and South Korea. I'm saying now, Ghana independence, South Korea and North Korea will be on Google. Ghana was independent. South and North Korea was at war, just like Vietnam. Vietnam ended with Vietnam not ending in criminal life. It's another kettle of fish. This lady, so I told this lady, honestly, it was today. I wrote to her. And I'm catching say, to embrace independence, and now South Korea, South Korea for one more war. Show me. She said, "We may be a bit and oh,
I'm saying, Kabito.
But we bet me do muredo na mama kakra.
Kabito. Kabito.
oh,
When we say, ora ama aba homano so.
oh, great. Yeah, I could see him pop up. Right. Yeah, Richard, you're welcome.
Enti me wa home so kakra, right?
That's it.
Na
yeah, welcome him for me, please.
We welcome him beautifully. Na yedi bibia ahihye so kama. Why? Enti ora ama ahaye yamfa say good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Minia.
Na impom to say
Nyame adom me ho ye na onso e.
Nyame adom yenso ye ho den kama pa. Yemo akwaba kese pa ba akwani for radio kasa fidie so.
Mejemo so Minia.
Beautiful. You yes football and one at once. Enya dia ye be che ho kra. Msan say ora Mr. Kitiosen, wa me ehunu say you are the executive director of PPP, right?
No cre pepe.
Na ja yemu bi no yetiti sa wes na ya na yem hihie kakra. As an executive director no odwuma be pa na udi ewo amayoko ni.
Oh, executive director na de na just say we chief administrator. Enti no ye party officers ni ade nyina no me na isi me nan so a mehwe so. Staff a adwuma wo mu say ye be cho letter e de akoba bi. So obi de letter e be bra yen. Say obi pese obe register no be join the party no. Ana say obi e pese oni edi nkita hu bi ni ade ene ye website ni ade ni nyina isi me nan so ate say o kan nyina bo mu ana say bo focus mu no. Ye be ka say you run the administration of the party.
Okay. I see. Na adwuma na wo ya na say on say who hono a party ni bitima for bi so o meye say adwuma no not necessarily say bia the person believes in the ideologies of the party. Adwuma ana wo ya na say wo de no you are doing it because you believe in the party and what it stands for.
Well, I am immune because a professional work. Me gidi say uba baby to say you can Liberal Democrats for executive director in the shopping. Okay. Uko US Democrats for executive director, Republicans for executive director, and staff for money adwuma. In fact, even in the US, minimum be our adwuma Democrats office paying. As a fundraiser, the next 4 years, Michelle don't have your or Republicans for office. Now it's on the CV show. It's when money all the two parties are looking for him to come and work for them. Okay. Now Ghana had the antisa. Many of them who say PPP may no. There's no chance to say meeting a party. I'm a party for Frobia and Tihano. May because me a party ba. In fact, answer no be select me krempo as executive director no. Now it was based on the fact that me a party member, me in good standing, because essentially a national officer position, yeah, the same position that shows one national officers and a baby.
I see. Wow. It's a tall list. PPP so there.
Yeah.
I would believe say you are doing a pretty good job. That is why you are still in position. Why? Yo, Jumedi,
Sure.
you're doing the change you represent. The change you represent. You can't the change you represent as an executive director. The NHS, me sure say, what you see a call Cassim. Even I will, you know, you was just saying, yeah, yeah, my Ghana. And maybe you say you in the history of our wonderful nation, Ghana. Enti sa series no and wa bas no we are very certain say oti say opening Isaac Menu yes nidino no Isaac Menu eba series so we boy nkomo pa that is your parliamentary candidate for Asin North constituency oba kase fidie so ene ye betwetwe nkomo kama pa enti said the one year who say opposition now one it is two things. It's a job and also you believe in the ideologies of the PPP. My young the change that you as the executive director of PPP you actually stand for. The change could be in various forms. It could be, as we put it now, the social change that you stand for, the political change that you stand for, the financial change that you stand for, the spiritual, you know, and so on. Even that change that you stand for in those areas, no, we would want to know from you. And also, not just that, we would want to know the very steps that, in your own way, no, you can also link it to the party stance. More yet in order to make that change also possible. And then we can take it from there. I think.
Well, that's
beautiful.
Say Uba. What am I count?
I tongue can't you go so why?
Okay, Madam I say mama me platform aba mama me opportunity aba some platform kese so. Na mama friend check say Emma PPP UK Ireland chairman Yura Ketiosen. Any PPP for more UK any Europe na omo TSA program we no. Na oman Ghana de obemu a ade ba ko a me personally esi makoma so a me hwehwe se nki betumi atu ase e fi oman Ghana mu no corruption na de nti a corruption esi makoma so pa se betu fi oman Ghana mu no se se woba oman Ghana mu a megidi se watena Ghana mu kakra na obehu se nipa dodo na ewo oman yi mu no sebe omo ntini yie be amete ewa asale botwe nipa dodo na ewo me area mu honom no sebe omo da kiosk mu ubeba no na meka kiosk a ebia na obi a watena buchira che enim kiosk ntima menchira ade a kiosk ne yemu kiosk no eye edan bi a enka eye store a yede ton ade na enya dan a ya se de asise nipa endemu eye plywood eye sa edua flat one yi bi ena omode abobo sa dan no ena nipa no ede asigota bi nchen ena odemu na sa dan na nipa no demu no wa hai anase wa rent ena odemu eye dan a insuo to a insuo no betumi apega ede akọ at any time and very often ubehun se sa nipa yo omoda kiosk mu insuo to a na omasem ayemobo esan se omu ni ba bi da na insuo no apega omodan ede akọ akosi ba bi na dia ya rehu wo mu kwampo ne se nipa na omoda kiosk mu no I call them privilege. The entire me from privilege ne say omumpo omanya dan mu na omoda wo na menua ube oto hu si circle mountain so ene enkan kwan so a ube hu se nipa dodo na na eda abonten a omuni ba bi omoda obi wo hono ma wadwane afi north abankran the ntia wadwane afi north abankran ne say north ono wo no sebi adwuma bi ani hɔ a obenya bi aye nti agisi wadwane abankran na watimi aba bedi ka yu kakra no wanya adwuma kakra aye na yehwe saa nipa yi nyina ya na conclusion a me form no say senka yetumi ebre corruption ase anas yetumi reduce corruption na sika na nka yede ekogu amanfo botom through corrupt means no yede saa sika no esiesi oman Ghana nka medi se saa nipa ya omodeda mountain a omasema ye memoba eno nti corruption esi me koma so no nka saa nipa no sebe ombenya bebi papa ede omuti atoto enne se wona mekrankroma ade ba ko a abaso a mihu ana meyura ahopa ne se ubehu na akwala bi a oyare ebia bibia siniti saa yare ye omuhia surgical operation ni ade yi ebia ne ma me hia just 5,000 Ghana cedis no de akoye operation ama akwala no ho ato no nanso ma me ni ndi binti ubedu traffic mu no na okwabrane afa microphone any speaker no wato generator e de aka ho na oya announcement no wetwa akola ne picture e de gina krom say akola we yare aye nini nti obia enye contribution kakra ne yemfa nkɔhwɛ akola no na utumi hu akola ya oyare na oda ne maame nan so na omo tie awia mu na awia ebo mo so na obi nso age contract say meye fundraising na ma ho na nipa na to generator ne speaker e de gina traffic mu eye dede say opiska e de akwakosa akola yare a mihu saa no mani nyina na awose agumi na ama bibi eyeme itime de as a person no se obi sa me say ade ba ko ben enanka le wo ho ahoden ena betumi aye ama na sisa Ghana nka ade a memi su se ye nyina yetumi yi ye ho firi ho na ebeboa Ghana ene se ye betwe ye ho afi corruption ho na aban ni benya sika na se sika na aban ni benya no aban ede beboa ahwehwe ama enioma bi ye basic a eni kwan se nka Ghana ni a oyo odehye obebra ansa ne nsa akasa no ma no ye betumi aprovide sa no ma no ama Ghana fo nyina anya bi na sebe obi ahụ atọ no wo man mu nti me de change a me pese mi hu wo man mu ne se corruption ye betumi abre ano ase na obi ye ade ye corruption wo Ghana man mu ha ehu bi beba ni mu no obesuro se ade a me koye ya nhwe na ye cheme a menya asem na watwe ne ho afisa corrupt practice no.
All right, thank you very much. Na corruption so ya de bia yani brew ho pa ewo kasafidie so na mami boamiu am say yewo proactive and reactive measures of dealing with issues. So let's deal with the proactive no kakra. Say ye kase corruption in your view no e dey be pa and cause corruption ewo nipa brabo.
Okay, minia nyankopon bo nipa no ode suban bi ehye yemu sa suban ne ba kwa ode hye yemu no ode nyoma bebiri na hye yemu but ade ba kwa ode hye yemu ne say ye what the ability to possess so what you say sebe aboa ponche oni the ability to possess nti aponche ntumi maka say asase we ye media anasa dan we ye media oba no benya inguru obere wo asase no so wi a okọ ondwene ho se ho ne ye hwan dia na se hwan dia wahu nemom nipa da sani dia esan se ye what the ability to possess ni ntino sa quality na wo yemu no e ma da bia ye prese ye benya more than dia yenya no mbato atmase
okay
enu nti because of sa quality na wo nipa mu ntino corruption is bound to happen ngam pese me chene se wo ye dan ya corruption no ebeba megidi se UK ho amoyi corruption no ebi wo ho no kakra
ebi wa
nemom the difference between UK and Ghana no say UK politician kwa corruption na osuro kakra because onim say ade amikoye ye chemia maso be yehye medwuma betumi abome ansa na medwuma bebo me kra no metumi asa akọ prison ewo ho wo ho na uba Ghana ha bia ye political leaders no okoya ade bi na corrupt a onsuro bibia because ade na okwakoye no se obia ni ho a obetumi ache ne wo ho eno ya number 1 sebe obetumi che ne kwempa yetumi ma ne dane politics inti no at the end of the day no obia e ma no punishment bia no wa fa ne ho adi free no okọ inti no emma saa human attribute na e compel ye ma ye corrupt no e wa ahoden e wo Ghana ha emma politicians bebree and civil servants bebree e corrupt omu nsuro se obi ebetimi ache omo wo na enunti no MPP before aya na yempe blame game nti beti ya yen ba mbeka se na Akufo-Addo ye corrupt ana se President Mahama ye corrupt nimum ye ka corruption ho asema ne yanso ye de ho solution aba won nti solution na ye de ba no edo so bebiri se minya kwan a metumi aka ni na but minye ni se bremema nkwan nti no mbefa mu miensa pe na maka ho asem
okay
ye di kan Ghana ye practice the oboni efe no presidential system of government.
That's right.
Inti ye system no it is America for the year se woto Obama president na we yi ni ministers no ma ye adwuma. Na presidential system dia no ade a e checks and balance ebe mu no ene se parliament for no e wotumi se omutumi hwe president ene ni ministers so se de be ya omunkwankwa ye corrupt. And it is our American system now. You know, appointed say, we cabinet minister, won't me and the congressman, and I said, you're gonna have a member of parliament, you know, won't me in parliament. It's answer, we a buying secretary. Now, so Ghana, Hanoma, a binding would to me say, will be a member of parliament, would me sound so appointed as minister, ever can be. Intiano, ya mix it parliamentary system, any presidential system, no. Ne no edi abro enti sesi a me no ka sei attorney general on the cabinet phoning na na meeting enti se cabinet ni bi kodi boni bi a eye din magana attorney general no se obe tebiri sa cabinet ni no e na kwako na court se or prosecute no ama ye nipa na to prison in fact e bin si wo Ghana hada in our history since 1992 I started ye constitution e bin si that say certain minister and I say MP oya ban mu nipa ne ho scandal ebepie na attorney general ebenya akokoduro say opejano de na kodina court am ye de na sem ebi si da enti solution a PPP ye de aba ne say yen sesa ye constitution no na yen ka say we minister of justice we are ban lawyer we are attorney general won kan ban ho enti dia yen hwehwe ne say attorney general ne kra no enya ban na be appoint no because oba be the people's lawyer ono no obia edi bone a obetumi apagya nipa de na court irrespective of whether we are ban mu nipa na say we opposition mu nipa wan na esan say minister di bone a yentumi fa ne court ni nti no chief director enso di bone a onsuro because no the boss any minister nipa civil servant ono so chief director ase no ono so go di bone a onsuro because minister di bone and the chief director so edi bone nti ye nyina ya boro pepepe said your konfa kwa de e kan no nti no eno emboa ema yetumi fight corruption. Number 2 ya sanso aka to one say
ma ye nyina number 1 ho kakra so because constitutional changes here o kan ho asem yi no asem kese pa ana empanyimfo mehu se oti benso pa empanyimfo se okote se tikese wi adwe ya na adwe se adwe no ye de be emre na ye constitution ye shase ye kan ho asem senke yen sesa no enye na asem what makes you think say to PPP there it will be that easy to change our constitution? Because said you will change it is a matter of the constitution that allows our president to pick up the cabinet from parliament. Now, what makes it so easy? Well, what makes you think it's going to be so easy for PPP to just alter our constitution to that effect?
Asama me no okay no. Asama ya ka ho asem for so many years. Inti metimi aka cho say as we speak now, no, there is public consensus for that kind of change. Now, it's a public consensus in 2016, Ebra na do dan kwa na campaign no. Na Ghana for do na man pressure say oba den no be ya fa Attorney General ne ho. Sa pressure no na ma oko kan say oba form office of the special prosecutor.
That's right.
Well, because no person please Ghana for na omo ye for that kind of change, you know. Now so me no nyina yin the results of the special prosecutor, because special prosecutor no is still working on the Attorney General, you know. Oba you know why toothless bulldog once na krempu untumi fa once na mpu nko court e wo Ghana hanom won nti no yade a enya se bia PPP for na yepese ye na yade a yaka ama Ghana fo ade atom nti si enya akwanya bedi aban no so ne ye ka se ye ko referendum a ye ogidi kese se Ghana fo do na na beba abonten aba beto aba e da support sa change ni se ye nsesa mre no mu na ye ma Attorney General onye private individual obetumi prosecute onipa bia ono their politics emfa no ho.
I see. And let's just say one of the cardinal messages that you're going to carry in 2020 elections, and then they say Moba pushing for a constitutional change, maybe what?
Exactly. In fact, Ibimo after PPP say a reformist party because we share a 10-point agenda now. Nina reforms. Now reforms in the person deba because who say nipa bia or the propensity to do something wrong. Well, say one reform system no, ama system no, enya the ability to fight the people who do wrong. You continue to blame people for doing the wrong. Now so there be to us because system no, a mom who kwan, a mom to me yes ade no. Enti ye ba reforms in the beba. You say you be change the constitution no. Yeah, ma Attorney General and Minister of Justice. You be separate some no my different. Number 2, so we MP yeah ma undi minister. Say President Bo din say be di minister pe. Or say o resign near to by election or constituency. Say the be ya so be di minister wo unka parliament ne ho. It is a parliament for Efra say we discuss brane hwehwe mu a omo nsuro because wo nyo member. Now here is the case minister nanka so asan so ye MP na nipa na akako discuss no wo so on anka sansan ko investigate ne ho. How can that be possible in a system like ours? Enye aduma inti nipa na omo ye ministers no omo na omo kono makodi bone no na omo san ba parliament na omo ba be report na omo anka sa vote on the report na omo vindicate omo say omo ndi bone bia ni nyina eboa ema corruption e jintin e wo Ghana ban mu.
Beautiful. And home swear na jumedi and the producer so baba front kakra enti mi producer ono so wa homa no so big man achibobo me catch say corruption dey ade bia ye ne abre so wa hase pa enti ono so wonsem ba ko mienu bi sa efa corruption ho enti na ne te hodin no musa and then we can take on from there. Why enti big man achibobo
all right me da was pa o anamuntu a utu a opese utu project ene kankan wa yemi na o say odo anu kan one we take it action what you can bring a reform in opposition or you have to be in the government only to bring a reform. Which of them do you think is workable?
Okay, the attorney say your system now you're running Ghana hanom no say uni aban mu a ebe den say ubetumi air reform bia wo hu ma me ma typical example ye na ya campaign sa say ye pese ye boa na ye to aba edi ye metropolitan and district chief executives e wo man mu isan say aban ne appoint omuninti no eya no my lazy kakra because the responsibility lies on the central government and not them. Sa campaign ye fi ye enye ne President Kufuor okanso be wanye a friend saying na Kufuor don so ba nansin oso be ye nanso ye nyina ye hu ye kosi ye na ye champion ade no for a very long time no ye nya chance enko aban mu ni akwakọ yipeti sa change no na omo wa aban mu no so no Omo person be sad because a favor mo.
Okay.
Because
that's what you say. Until you come to power, no, all that you're looking at as ideal, no, cannot be affected, and Ghanaian will continue to be in this problem for foreseeable future. Is that the case?
No. As for the advocacy, no, you be more than advocacy, no. See, I no can say advocacy ni bi na me no, because bia no be tie me, a nipa nde wini akọ parliament. Na aboa asesa nipa no orientation wahu nti advocacy ne de igusu ayeye we have never given up on it na ya hoden bia ebenya bia no ye de na mum ade be ma ya hoden ne yetimi ede aye ade no ye de ose aye oyo no ene se ye benya tumi no ne yetumi ede se tumi no aye de pese ye.
Okay, my no any man mensa bi as me no nya agree I will proceed on. Do you think, sir, Supreme Court a bit man be key decision that can bring a change? Do you believe in that?
Yes, Supreme Court a bit me make a decision a change baba. Supreme Court. Let me just add a caveat.
Okay.
Supreme Court, no, they will never say something that is against what the Constitution says. Well, it can be about the independence of the Attorney General. Supreme Court can never say ubia oya Attorney General no man in Minister of Justice, because currently no embrano aka black and white say Attorney General only Minister of Justice they should be one person.
Okay. And let's pick up the Constitution. They pick a good part there if you say at the edge maybe, because what can I say maybe we are black and white. Supreme Court will be my enforce. Attorney General then office a problem. I'm not near back home. Empire. Papa will start question. Let's go to the heart of corruption. One of the things leaders about Attorney General and appointment by government. Now, Mr. Menunim said, before you come to power, no, it has to be through election.
It's true.
And the system of electing leadership in Ghana, no, MCA corrupt because it is on this. Ghanaians spend a lot of money by putting money on the table to convince people, give them bribe for them to vote. It's happening in party primaries. Okay, until now, young political party at 574. I know Brian show. I was here the more Ghana. And they were electoral commissions and constitutional instrument or not to the Edma. Now electoral commission. Now, of course, okay, what na Ghana only say for Mr. Indium, echo contesting, or publishing accounts, or publishing access. I don't think NDC ni MPBDM in home access into court, the Supreme Court. Monsham say electoral commission. We can go to electoral commission. When NDC publish accounts that or Abrabunda.
Bacho Dabi.
When a MPP publish accounts or Abrabunda.
Bacho Dabi.
When you say Russia almost said they have to publish their accounts.
And the crap
you want to put the route. Why don't you then take the cut still? What is preventing you from coming to power? And they say, Obia Osi Kachem, Naho de Chano, or Naho de Nissu. And until Sa Ama Court a critique a sale for you, so you can compete with them at the same level. No? Master, it's going to be difficult. And people say, oh, do you know this what I'm talking about? Political Party Act 574.
I'm very much aware of it.
People talk about source of funds in the political party.
Exactly so.
So this can report the lines of political parties.
The law doesn't say that the EC can withdraw license of political parties based on source of funding. Okay, I'll be glad if you help me with the exact quotation.
Very good. Check it 20 section 2021-23. By talk about consequence and in breach. When you're in breach, what the law will do to you. Okay. If I show into what you say, would it be better say, Mr. Nyama, after to issue say, the law allows you to get a copy of these published accounts. So if I'm paying these 20 Ghana cedis, can you give me published accounts of NPP NDC? and put in social media. What do you social media? No can say Ghana for Mungo. To become MP or the whole hierarchy of MPs, you know. This is how much they spend. The whole MPs power. What do you think of it? Remember, if I do come to what you are Ghana,
I think
it brought of certain, we say. And do you think, say, it would have been a cause for a good reform if you have taken a step like that, and that would bring a good reform?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think you asked me a question whether I have seen published accounts of MPP and NDC before.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. The truth of the matter is that if you take 2016, for example, the EC threatened that if you didn't publish your account, you will not be allowed to file your candidates. And so everybody went and published. Now, you would realize that for a party like MPP, the account they submitted indicated that they spent 20 million on their entire election. Okay, which is a palpable falsehood, because on the grounds we can see that a single MP would even spend more than 30 million to win his seat. Okay, but the real challenge is that even when these accounts are filed, we don't have transparent systems enough to help the AC to be able to verify whether the claims the party have filed are true or not.
Good.
You understand?
Can you send us a copy of that published accounts?
I'll try and get a copy and send it to you.
Okay. What was that in accounting in finance figures speak.
Yes.
And there's expenditure of objective.
Yes.
So you can lie, but somebody who understands figures can interpret figures as well. And then why is it that this sensitive information has not been published? Because there's a column that said that it should be gazetted and published. Has it been published in any of the newspapers in Ghana?
Not at all. They are not interested in those stories.
So, would it have been a good thing? I like your conversation. I really like. Madam Pacho, do you think, if you are embarking on this crusade, for example, we know, according to Westminster, only CDD or Ghana, research 2016. It cost 360,000 to be elected as MP at primary level, party primary level, and to contest to win at a parliamentary seat combined. They are 120 at the primary level and 240. Ghana
which currency? That is woefully understatement.
No, I'm sorry, 360 million.
Okay.
So I'll get that. Wait for me. A new series, so 360,000 new series. Sorry, 360,000 Ghana series to be elected as an MP. Okay, and now that's what Mr. Omokoti here. And then, do you think what publicity this social media? This is the published accounts of NDC. This is published accounts of MPP. Obitimi promises auto basis. Party between senior headquarters on Yesikano. Why is it not disclosed on the published account? Do you know how much it costs to even build a house?
Sure.
If a party in government or a party NDC can build a whole modernized party headquarters, and MPP chairman is promising of cars and other things, do you know the cost of it? If it's not disclosed to the public, why don't you make that? Because you Ghana for and the bit may put pressure for you to have a say. And for you to have that, they must be back with evidence. So why don't you take the trouble to take this crusade and say that, no, I want my party to come to power. But the corruption system is also a cripple. If that's the case, I'll take this crusade. Have you done that?
Well, let me take you back a little bit. In 2013, we as a political party launched what we called the anti-corruption campaign. And this anti-corruption campaign, we did about 3 different demonstrations, if my memory serves me right, because at least we did one demonstration in Accra, we did one in Kumasi, and there was one in the central region. So at least we did a minimum of 3. Okay. The momentum built to a point in time, and then after some time, people just lose interest in it. Just this afternoon, I was discussing this whole corruption thing with somebody, and I was telling him that sometimes I feel that it's as if Ghanaians don't even care about this corruption, because you waste so much time and energy to talk about corruption, then they will call you to the side and say, oh, Massa, but all of you, say, message for fraka, corruption, you understand? So, sometimes you build the momentum so much, and then the voters themselves, and as politicians, we are influenced so much by what the voters believe and feel, and a lot of the time we want to be in tune with them. So if at a point in time you are selling the corruption message and they don't seem to be interested, you look for another message that will excite them to bring them on board. Okay, which is why today we are seeing so many promises that people are making here and there, which they know they cannot fulfill, because it looks as you said, Ghana for corruption, they are getting used to it, and at a point in time, we can want some crowd.
Well, okay, that is saying that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands.
Exactly.
Is it that leaders are also not clean?
That is not the case. You see, for a small party like DPP, you can't even talk about clean hands because we haven't got the opportunity to be in government before. Okay, so we don't even have any track record. What we tried to do was to ride on the track record of Dr. Indum as a private individual, at least in the 2016 election, when we spoke about jobs. But today, we know what the system has done to him. They are trying to close down almost every company that he has struggled to do for the past 25 years, because don't forget, as you go around and campaign to say the candidate an achievement, Obisu candidate are only achievement, he feels threatened, and the least opportunity that guy candidate gets, he must bring you down to ensure that you don't come back in to say me as a private person, my achievement there's nothing like clean hands here. We cannot be accused of clean hands. Otherwise, you'll be accusing babies of being sinful, when in fact they are supposed to be innocent from birth.
Okay. Your leader was once in government, 2000 with the Kofor administration. Indian was the first person who signed Ghana First Oil Agreement. Are you aware
I
of
think
that?
I'm losing you out. I can hardly hear anything from you.
All right, Bobo, yeah, man, it's okay. Why?
Your leader was once in government.
Sure.
You were the first person who signed in Ghana. You discover oil, Of course, sign your first oil agreement, I think Conakry or so. With hindsight, would you change your mind in that government?
Your sentence didn't come very clearly, but you may be question.
What I'm saying is that your leader once in
I got that part. Now, besides with hindsight, will I say something? And I'm going to cut here.
Having known the oil contract agreement of Ghana now, what would you advise him now?
Okay, Dr. Indum did not supervise the signing of the exploration agreement. He supervised the contract that led to the discovery of the oil. Samuba Kaya, time as Minister of Energy, no kofa Cosmos for ombe discover oil, no. Emro discover, and I'm peninku for a transfer no free Ministry of Energy, and then the core Ministry of Public Sector Reform. Until by the time and ye signing actual contract for the exploitation of the oil and Ghana stake near the adeno, not only energy ministry hobium, no man penye in every order.
Find out, actually, I have this copy here, but agreement or signed one time no war. And part of it that talk about country credit. In this Oberboya, he knew what he said. He discussed all this radio there. He signed some contracts, okay, prior to the discovery. Okay, he was in the energy ministry.
Yes.
What contract did he sign when he was in that ministry? And looking up today, would he have changed his mind?
Okay, let me tell you the reason why President Kufuor changed him from the energy ministry. The entire President Kufuor exercised free energy ministry and say, now ono insist say until say you bet me your local capacity. Yankasa, your local people able to me drilling no. You discover oil ne there. Now so ka yenja nense honom. But here was the time when President Kufuor so pentem started the drilling of the oil. No there kind of achievement. And that was one of the reasons why a man changing in the free energy ministry honom. Intino say you can the actual contractor LED to the drilling of the oil now uni honum bi nemum ono ne contractor ko sign ye no e de ono nko focus sign ya LED to the discovery of the oil.
Okay, and he didn't sign it. Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll come back to you again. Of course, civil service what?
Public sector reform ministry.
Public sector is one of the best institutions in Ghana. During his as a public sector reform, we're saying, can you correlate the Auditor General report, productivity, or what improvement he brought to that sector to the extent that corruption reduced under his tenure?
Okay, so public sector reform ministry in Ankasano, it was a novelty under the J. Kufuor administration. It was the first time I formed a ministry bisa. Until then, there was no ministry like that. Now, a former ministry now, or they Dr. Indum Eko Honomo. Ono started stakeholder consultations. Emma, you decided say the best restarted a national identification process as you see about Bay and Simbi Bidanet, Yeka Huansam Neno. That was one of the outcome of his ministry. Number two, Samoba Kaya, or no, the public sector reform, I can say, a bank to your phone, Dudwana, Edge allowances, baby. Now, so, or the allowance Nivia, the salary and Casa Ogeno, Esan say a kit to a bintino, or Becco pension, no, none the pension sika Ogeno, a yafia, into or no, the reforms, I can say, a baya, in allowance in a yinkamu, near Fenina and Kenny Panakituano, Nema Nakituano and Cosro. Said the Baya Nipano or Yakitra Cassia or pension and so Ubenya pension Cassia with me at the Ashano. And when I call for the Ayafeno, single spine salary structure by but in all of this, there was no continuity because no man or Shasiano, Ubifu Froba or Besumuno, and no change direction. No single spine, for example, Ebedane politics, Yakaipa, you at Tamos time. Esan so who saki to any Babacos Runintino. No a peja admire police for near the Doma Kudina Parliament, and Monshe, Matuma Ketia Sama Makasia, no Moniaji, ye. Meanwhile, one church in one trauma said, Maketana Yababa Tosono, and no chance Yababi allowance in name, Amunia allowance being. At the end of the day, we came back to square one. Workers, in your pay rise, and so they are still demanding for allowances as we speak now. Yeah.
Thank you. So you are really on with your hands on. We say thank you for the explanation. But obviously, I made that and say, I made for political party at. Now I'm looking at corruption. Now I'm starting to offer oil discovery. I was looking at corruption, and I'm starting about reforms, public sector reforms. What I wanted to see is say if you were a minister in charge of reforms, I want to look at your act to the impact. So under your tenure as Minister for Reforms, okay, what was the impact on the corruption on public purse?
Okay, now, what? That is a very difficult question for me because the Minister of Public Sector Reforms, he is just a minister, okay? And he does what the president allows him to do.
Okay.
Now, the reforms that I have, Mami concluding,
okay.
the reforms that I have proposed today, most of them border on legal or constitutional changes. And such legal or constitutional changes, you and I know very well, sir, an ordinary minister cannot pretend to be offering solutions to those legal and constitutional changes.
Okay. But you remember, you can but it's more than that. Democracy is more than that. There are administrative constitutional or no. You have administrative tools that is supposed to help fulfill the constitution. In the administrative reforms, so it be internal controls, it be auditing service, it be a punctuality at work, it be a disciplinary procedure. And into all these reforms, what they put in place, even with that major overhaul, compliance with those administrative procedures, they will help complement what is in the constitution. Once again, I'm just asking you, go and look at the corruption perception index and look at the time at public sector reforms and tell me, say, did he improve reforming to fight corruption when he was the reform minister or not? And what can he do different tomorrow when he's coming, given a chance to rule again?
All right, Bobo. I think some of Richard are responding to our question. We are Yako, a German sasso. You be a humanity, but a German sasso, Bermutina. Richard, responding to Archie question, Nansana, a German Saba.
Okay, Archie, let me say, there's one thing I can point to, which I believe has helped us to reduce corruption. So, Kaya Ghana, no, na enkaneno driving license are using a booklet. Na sa booklet no, say driver ni Asia police ni na police ni jina no a na wayi booklet no e de ache police na nsa. The adon mo ye kese pa ne say booklet no the sika hye no the ma police ni no. Inti police ni bie booklet ni mu a na wayi sika na free mu no sign the license no ama driver ni ne back. Na just say corruption no and e no. I can say during his time as public sector reform minister no, the time and I insist say booklet kind of license yenja ye nti say obekaya at the time and he started say ye issue card type of license I know there say who yi e dey police ni a difficult say obeka say who the sika SEO was card ni mu e dey police ni nti of course they continue to do it. That's why I keep on telling you say some of those things they require continuity. Well, now it was during that time let's say President Kufuor believed in public sector reforms of forming public sector reform ministry. After his time, we have never had a public sector reform ministry again. They don't believe in having a public sector reform ministry. Form some small secretariat at the presidency. Normal small boy be at now say on the reforms sector officer. Only to me be say or the baby. Intino continuity na anto aso ama nyoma ni bibiri na almost 30 years entumi anya aduma ama machine.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Bobo. Nanko open more questions but memwa Bobo ahomeso na on this same subject of corruption Mama Ejamensa ene Bombardier abem with their questions. Commentary in there you better answer. Some read their questions and the after CNA Richard we can run our own commentary. Inti Mama Ejamensa Emra Ejamensa Bamaso.
Again, Cassia.
Beautiful. Mpom to then.
Yeah,
good.
Adumara.
And one at the end. Richard ate you. What's your question?
Adi Mr. Niama. As a change, you want the constitution to be amended so that the ministers, should not be appointed from parliament. This is not a new phenomenon. 1979 constitution, there were provision with them. So we MP, no appoint to minister, you resign your position. No, why a contest why all parliamentary seat in BM. Capital ne adopted region. And now the constituency Takwa. I remember there was one Dr. Okrenbi, Dr. Kwame Okran. No MP or winning or appointing a minister for education or resigning. Fiho, another man will take over. Where another man often agree, if I remember well, we take over. After Lembreswan, Dr. Chinoboa, or Minister for Foreign Affairs, also resigning in the position, my Dr. Pianda will take over from Azinti. This is not a new phenomenon. They are very easy to change. Among for better because this, you can't be a prosecution and a judge at the same time. We are MP. No, I appoint to minister. You go and take a decision, and then you come back to defend it. And it's not proper. I think that one is in order. But opposition for normal parties, most of you are sleeping because in the PPP more advantage. If you take up corruption, seriously, and it will enhance your image. Over left them up. Okay, for the last 2 weeks, 2 corruption a year waba news mama matri. The first one about roads be 3 roads, oil and gas road were Western region, in a Eastern Corridor road, Lot 5 and 6, in another road from Legon, East Legon to Sprinter Road. Amount involved in $4 billion or 4 billion cedis. Approved by Parliament. One road when we spent 8 billion. Sika what is best 8 billion. 100%. Auditor General, I was up out this year. Mention there, opposition you who make a home because government ministers now at the moment it's very difficult to prosecute. That one I agree. But what about the old ones? Old one, Minister for Roads. Why don't you take him on? More helpful at the Auditor General. Second one is about Segrima, your friend saying housing estate, which you are very you've just been talking about that. I don't know how confused did that kiosum. Come up by one chebia within 5 years, 6 years, First is what you see in Crown Kwan, Mamprobi. Your friend then Laboni, Kaneshi, Audome, so many of them to house the people. Segregate Yakwaji loan, cash $200 billion, say 5,000 houses. 5,000 houses. Mahama no approve. Instead that didn't order or parliamentary, I offer them or cabinet for scrutiny. Now we're using a position or yes, because he knew what he was going to do. Or approve it. What's it called parliament? They also approve it. Papa, instead of using local contractors, there are so many nice contractors that go to my because the cash was there. They gave it to Brazilian company. Answer no better to Jumanokra. No, we to 40 because the money is there. We to 40%, 80 billion. What am I, Papa? No. In the long run, no, up to us now, I'm going to say, was only 700. Now, about 324 years, various stages. On 2 months, so where is Cano? More are you from? What are you doing? You can also transfer for Standard Bank, no, sad all this best to the parties to Fununa and paying for no. Why don't you take such a person on? Now, Yansan case, can you open the home? You are serious fighting corruption. Because government ministers, it's difficult because they are in power and they will frustrate your attempt. But what about the old ones? Organize press conference, and then that will enhance your image. What did your own country? Security has run into drain and did the kiosk. Why are you doing that to the nation?
All right, Ajabensa, thank you very much. May I sure say. Richard and so what on 7 camera and response or will be an order camera. Why?
Okay.
I remember more Utimisa baby. And Richard, young quite now a German Sandiano respond and Sunday I got body so.
You made us a German and no crest 79 constitution no. Na a presidential Emma Hokine, Emma minister, and Concodi MP. And I believe say it is exactly the same thing. And a year calling for say Yan is saying some of the Kaya 79 no, it was one of the times na parliament no you can see real debate. Say they are debating issues. Emma, but the unfortunate side in it say, if you want to say, it's say, na ye man who find Emma ministers in the DMP no, can be a man cool nearby ya, the cocoa too, buying the good, which we don't believe. Intino, thank you for that contribution. Now the issue about taking on former appointees, I don't think it's a bad idea. But we believe that, you see, we are running a system in this country. Ansana will be yet in the court, Akobon. These are buying lawyer and our table in a court. You run a common law system, maybe. And this is a French system now. You're not the private individual, it requires prosecution. Yeah, we are private individual, unto prosecution. They are able to me, say, you have a cost of Bohun said that here can be lay. Many JPC wako issue na bana kan ho asem asema asefem pa and so many other projects are aban ba na de ha mo ho kwampo ne se oma bai saglemi yo mo ken me makọ me de mani akohunda in my personal view for the past 3 years aban say odnipa be court there be aban ba bontin be kan ho asem nso nipa ba kokora mu ntabi ne nkonkogina court meanwhile adan nso egu muram na essay Inti adenti na hwasa aban ehwehwe ho document aban se onya hu document no nkade ayesi no ye ma ho kwan na Ghana fo bi nkonkofi ase enkotenem danti ebeja ade na se nwuram honom na ade na se poto na ase awie na nsa na ya sa kopejes ka foforo se ye ba be tini foforo inti no all I can say is that yes, we'll take up the challenge. I think we haven't done enough press conferences in the past few weeks. We'll begin to do more of it and ensure say we are bringing more exposition. But the ultimate power to prosecute ni now are buying some. So Attorney General and Fubian could not quarter. We are going to now a president crowd.
All right. Thank you very much, Richard. Na said ye Ejamensa Abawura media nature say ye ko enim na no he bia homanatum. I think we can keep Richard here for about 20 or 30 minutes more. 0208 144 8180 0044208 144 8180. United States and Canada A315636 4063 315-636 4063 and for Skype no and also a 24 radio Capito and Richard Anna Bobo they are on our Google Meet system no and that is also available to join. We're going to be putting the link on our 24 radio, your platform, WhatsApp platform, so that whoever wants to join through that avenue, can equally join. And the executive director of PPP, Richard Ni Ama, and Airborne Komo on the Change You Represent series. And now no buy no was say change pan and need Jehon Cassia so person ba my Ghana corruption. CBG corruption there a free honum. Watch parliamentary and the presidential systems of governance. I has a United Kingdom and yet one more than parliamentary and United States the also presidential ally. So na Ochichi mu say yedi mu na there be abom ewo o my Ghana. And maybe a cost one enya when you enter parliament na ya safa say be minister also mobile constitutional changes be corruption we nyina afri honom no omo e de beba oboy nkomo pa samre asembusa wo e de ma owura Richard no ana ye twen na ade abasisi enti ansana Richard beba bi no ye ma Abby, and find a question. Mr. Commentary near running later on. Name questions, no. And the Jesus here. And the Abby, Tita.
Yeah, Papa Smiley. I had a call from Ghana, so unfortunately I couldn't.
You couldn't catch.
I just said when he was talking about how they would change the constitution and everything to, eradicate corruption.
That's right.
Is he hearing what I'm going to ask him?
Yeah, he is. So Richard, what you come about me, boy? Okay, all right then. And yeah, Abby, what's way?
In the first place, your name is Ama or Ama?
Ama.
Yes, Ama. Yes, because the way you've written it is not Ama, it's Ama. I think I heard something briefly. You were on the right track to talk about corruption, and I always used to say corruption is thriving in a part of the world because of 3 or 4 things. 3 or 4 conditions are prevailing. That is why corruption is thriving. You made mention of 2. In the first place, corruption thrives in every environment. Pastor, there's noise. Corruption thrives in every environment where there is abundance. Hello? Yeah, where there is abundant opportunities for people to be corrupt. And in our part of the world, there is numerous opportunities. We don't even think of sealing or patching or stopping the opportunities in the system. So everybody is involved in it. That is the first condition. The other 2 conditions you highlighted, that if you seize on those opportunities like people are seizing and abusing the opportunities, you will not be caught. Do you understand? So there are opportunities, there's highly unlikely that you'll be caught. And even when you are caught, that was the third condition you highlighted, that even when you are caught, we play jokes or political gimmickry with those things. Do you understand? Because there are no consequences to being caught engaged in corruption. So these are the situation. In your party, I don't agree with you that your party can be able to change the corruption, the constitution, because you may not have the majority to do that. So I don't think that is a feasibility. The point is, in the absence of your party's inability to change the constitution, what other mechanisms do you think, even if your party should win, let's say 5 or 10 parliamentary seats, will be able to quickly push for or garner for, to avert or reduce the impact of corruption? And can you tell us that your party as it is, you have never experienced corruption in your party itself? Because some of us are of the view that your party leader was instrumental during Rawlings' time in the divestiture implementation process, and he didn't leave that place on a good note. Because if he has set up anti-corruption mechanisms as far as the divestiture implementation thing was, we could be feeling the impact up to today. But he never did it. So some of us are still we don't believe him when it comes to that. So over to you, my friend.
All right then, Richard. I'll say over to you. Inti, over to you. You can unmute yourself and then address Ura Abi. The question on also area pim wono. Right? So mute to unmute answer. Why? I drop Obasaba, Pensuru Abbey. The question and you who cry, obey Yano ama. Why? When Yanoa, Capito Nemu aha. Unimdia Konina, obey the way, Oberboa for fair. And then Richard ni ama, ewo debe, and a etching como ewo casa video so. He is the executive director.
Papa Smiley, did you ask him his background, what he's been doing up to now before he got himself involved in this?
Before he got himself.
Because I have a cousin who used to be a policeman. He's on retirement now. I don't know whether he's the one or not.
I see. Oba me busano.
Because if he's the one, I'm going to fire him different shots.
Because if you anka you no anka one friendly fire so.
No. That would be a different thing.
It will be a different ball game. So, all right.
No, that would be more ferocious.
When he comes, we hope he will be able to let you know. Say, okay, now why? See, yene Richard ni ama. Yes, I now see a bon nabe ama.
Yes.
Ana ebon kombono. When in India.
That is the family name is the maiden name for my mom.
Aso.
Yeah.
Let's just say, enka na was enka ne ka ne mum otitwi enti ne twi na ne ne yedebe eka one ne executive director of PPP. Wa me ehunu se enye se de mbusa no se nka bia ya fa na adwuma mkeke ana wo ye adwuma na ne mum wo se eye adwuma no wo ye but osanso eje the beliefs of PPP edebe edi pa ogidi enti ya niema mienu ana abrantie otumi ye na kire say adwuma and then he supports the PPP fully as well. Niema ono and I said the change he stands for, no, that is what he came to let us know. Or shall I say about corruption, so and how as to how the PPP seeks to fight corruption from the constitutional amendment angle.
Yeah, but Smiley, standing for the thing is different. Mama will also tell you he stands for against corruption.
Say,
but his stand doesn't reflect in his behavior. So you can't on something and misbehave. Yeah, his behavior is in sharp contrast to his conduct as far as corruption is concerned.
Okay, but politician
those people at the helm, they are also weaving the thread, and we are following.
Okay, I see. But Mama
has he has woven his, and there's nothing to run to be proud about. The same applies to Indum when he was given the opportunity. They all shortchanged us.
Indum shortchanged you all.
Yeah, exactly. They all shortchanged us.
I see.
I think Mr. Yosin will pick that thing up, and I'm waiting for him.
Maybe corner swan say yenya Richard up. And yeah, meko Mr. Yosin so na question ba ku dia wa ha no me dia ka ho na Mr. Yosin na address until say ye de ni ama ebeba ho ma so Capito, unmute yourself. So we dey onim okay me wa unmute yourself.
Well, are they all running away now?
Now we say we are friendly punches and after you na media ma do so the question kora ba nti na mu di nyane sa Kabito, unmute yourself na yenko enim standing a little bit for Richard, and then as Richard comes back,
yeah, I'm right here.
Beautiful. I know you are right there. I know say where Bema nti abi questions no the over ten time and me boy.
Yes sir. Which questions for papa?
What your question no there?
I'll be question.
Okay, all right.
You said so many questions. So which one can I answer first?
Oh,
Mr. Abbey, you are welcome.
Which one you can start with, unless you want me to repeat them?
Well, thank you very much. We develop as humans from one stage to the next all the time in our lives. Dr. Papa Kosindo, we were all in the Convention People's Party when President Kufuor or NPP approached us to help them. In fact, we went into coalition with NPP to remove Rawlings from power. That time when the Ghanaians were fed up with Rawlings, and of course, would be a chance in Burma. Until you winning election. That is on record. So after we supported Opening Kufuor to do that, he came to us at CPP. That time, Ivor Green Street was our chairperson. Or no, I think Madam Samian Kruma, and then paying for. No, mobile. Oba said, we should give them 4 CPP men and women to go and join them in their administration. They did. We give them Kusindom, Kojo Ama, he's passed to glory, and Mr. Blay, who is now the chairman of NPP, and I think Dr. Hagen. We gave them 4 people from Convention People's Party to go and work with Mr.
So the Blay used to be CPP.
Oh yes, CPP boy. I know him personally. He's CPP.
Okay.
He's my in-law as well. You were all up there in Salam Down in those days. So we gave them these 4 people. And that's how grateful MPP was to us. So they took all of us. Mr. Blay position, I think, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, if I've got it correct. Only the man. So he's a solicitor himself. After that,
you mean the current MPP chairman?
Of course, yes.
Oh, John Boedi is the chairman.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Freddie Blay.
Freddie Blay.
Okay. Freddie Blay, he's still the chairman for NPP.
I see.
He's the one. I know him personally. So, okay, I'm going to now, Freddie Blay, at the end of the day, the agreement, or naturally, the idea is that after the game, everybody goes back to their party. All the 3 people went back to CPP, came back to CPP at that time, but Mr. Freddie Blay enjoyed fraternity with the NPP. And Kahwan.
But by this, wasn't Sakara involved at the time?
No, Sakara of Burkina Faso or what? Sankara.
Abu Sakara.
No, sir. He was part of the executive that gave the endorsement, but Sankara still remained in the CPP at that time. So, so at the end of the day, it's only Mr. Blay who remained. But Indom came home. Kwesindom came home to CPP. That's why in November 2011, when CPP was planning.
Mr. Yossi, let me stop you there. I brought in Indom during the PNDC era, but you started from some different place.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, all right, without apologies. PNDC time, no. What's it?
Address it from that point.
Okay, I'll go to that point. PNDC time, we are all witnesses. We are all witnesses the way they came in, the way things were done differently, and the way some Ghanaian civilians are. They wanted to change the things to civilian rule. When Mr. Rawlings or the soldiers called them, they sacrificed their life and went to help, to serve, to advise them up to the point. But then, Mr. Rawlings, I mean, like any other military regime, you do as they say. You give you a job, you do it, you finish, thank you, good night, work with you. The next day you come back. And you are not part of the policy maker. In fact, that's why I straddled a bit into NPP. Papa Smalley will bear me a witness that Dr. Papa Kwesindom came to me in the UK. Then we organized a mini press conference. Papa Smalley was part of it. The same answer I'm giving to you. It will be the same for Mr. Rawlings' time. One of the pressmen, I'm not sure if it was Papa Smalley or any other person, but you were part of NPP. Nobody said a question. No, Dr. Ndom said, listen, I was there on secondment on behalf of CPP. And therefore, I was limited. If you say you catch and say you are not part of it. But I was there.
Mr. Yosin, what role did Indum play in the divestiture program? That is what you are not failing to address. Because
he was given an appointment as a civilian person, not as a military, and he advised that he was in his capacity as an advisor.
They were the experts who could have implemented these controls, which will be enjoying by now. But they only benefited from it to benefit themselves.
Oh no! Hang on a minute. If you do a job, you must be paid. And also, if you don't want to do it, you don't get involved. That is fine. I know a lot of people who didn't get involved when the soldiers wanted them because they didn't trust the soldiers. But this man has a nation at heart. So he went and excelled and did his job.
If otherwise, why did they chase him? Was he chased and went to American embassy? Why was he chased then?
What do you mean he was chased? Chased for doing what? That is news to me.
Things at the divestiture program.
No. I think you got wrong information, sir. We don't expect you. I've not
got any wrong information. So tell me the wrong.
No. I mean, the man is not a crook. He's still on the streets of Ghana. No. If you say that, maybe it will be misguided. Seriously, you chase for stealing tomatoes or apples or pears. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If you're stealing something, please tell me, because we don't know.
If he was selling tomatoes, if he was selling tomatoes, I don't think the companies he sold, they divested were tomatoes.
No. It seems you are taking a very personal spite, which is not very good.
This is not personal spite.
No. If you've got, listen, Mr. Abbey, I would invite you seriously. If you got anything against this Papa Ndoma, please put it out there. I will help you to publish it even from here. Yes, sir. They say this is very dangerous. What
do you mean by they say this has nothing to do with this? What role did he play? Was he involved in the divestment?
So I'm telling you, if you are a witness of something, be honest and bold as a man, not as a woman, to tell me now. Tell the whole world. People are listening to you. That's why I gave you the proverbs.
So tell us the role he played in the divestiture. Tell us the role he plays in the divestiture program.
What was the role? Let me tell me. You tell me. Let me be honest and frank with you. I don't know how long you've been in Ghana. For me, I've been here over 40 years. Honest to God, yes. I don't know that Rollins. Never. So I cannot be a witness of Rollins. I swear to God, I don't know Rollins. Up to now. In Nakuleta, in Lele.
So you don't know?
No. So, in the UK, as a very young this is a woman be a cancer. I wish I knew what you are talking about. If you know something that I don't know, I beg you. Tell us in the name of Ghana, I beg you. I would never challenge you. Please.
So it means you don't know the role played in the divestiture program.
Of course, yes. No, I'll be a liar. If I say I know the rule, I knew Ghana was moving.
Ghana never moved anywhere.
I don't know. You understand? One of the people who always chased, the royals were chasing a lot of people. They came to UK. I saw most of them. They know me. I believe they are listening to the radio. One royals always came. A lot of crooks in Ghana. They ran away to UK.
Out of Ghana.
Who said?
Look, the way nobody chased me out of Ghana. The way I was telling Papa today, the way Rollins dealt with some of the people.
Yes.
Lucky that I wasn't one of them. Look,
thank God you were not one of them.
One of my classmates, LCN Info. That girl's parents, it was a Major N Info or something. They killed all of them. I think that girl was in the house by then. She was my classmate. We sat in the same class. It was so sad.
Yes.
Do you understand? And this girl is well off now. But if I happen to be that girl, I will never forgive anybody in that. I'll chase them. I will not forget about that reconciliation nonsense. Do you understand?
In fact, that one that shows how how wicked our elders are in our society. Rollins said it was mistakes. So if you listen to the word he used, the English language used, Rollins used.
It's never mistake.
All right, Abby. What was our question? It's rather unfortunate. Is Richard himself is not available to take questions on the change that he represents. But we're going on to find out why Indum ran away to some place and what have you. Capital will never know. Okay, and if anybody has any strong fact on as to why that happened, say the Capital now can. I think say if there are any corrupt ways of handling whatever happened, I think say. Let's try our courts, right? But as to speculations as to what he did and what he didn't do and what have you, let's end it here. We just brought Richard here for him to let us know the change he represents. He came telling us corruption is something that is, we all know, it's just all over the place in our country. On any view, the corruption, yeah, or as an individual or per se a free honor. Now from the stand of the PPP, what they intend to do is constitutional amendment that would stop some of the things that happens in our country with respect to a member of parliament being appointed into the cabinet and not conflict of interest to be when corruption matters arise na amane kano na ye bibia wo hono abi ebebusa an question, but rather unfortunate Richard na homa na edebe ato, and that is why I wanted Capital himself to address some of the questions that abi ebusa baby abi dey fane de na chese de abi enye ho ane ye pese ekosisi a enti abi homeso why homeso media ma do go ho
abaswale me sha na papa no ko
o say
say obi wa ba answer questions no na
say Richard na nkasa mum de na homa na de be ato from Baram Capital the chairman of PPP UK and Ireland no there me very certain say and someone Richard kan no ono a wonim bi enti hopefully no unless otherwise he will be able to address those questions for you.
Yo, I was really say Richard waka nsampa na adma is in which or knowledgeable or a chief executive officer of the party, executive director. Sorry,
that's right.
For PPP. And to imagine say chairman so at least anya in some of the policies omo gada no aba smart me question no de sa wa uni me bia me de befa with regards to harnessing African youth population, say I don't know mpacho bi san say oni the sustainable development goals no be anan asara bi sa question no
Capital south here
sustainable development goals. Yes, that's a minima.
Oh, idea.
It depends upon what you exactly you mean, because it's a very broad question.
No, I have broad questions. Sustainable development goals a 17 agenda that all nations, all national governments will have signed up to, especially Ghana.
The objective of that, the objective, first of all, is to bring about development, and the logical means of developing any nation is what international community would support. Those not unsustainable ones, but those that are reasonable or logical, yes, we will have the support from the international committee.
Thank you for giving me a general overview of what sustainable. I like that. that now, ABI, I don't know that, but the first goal is eradication poverty by the year 2030. Are you aware of that?
2030 and not 3030.
You said 2030.
2030.
2030, yeah, 2030, yeah. I don't think Ghana, by the way it's going, by the standards we are moving, we cannot achieve that unless there is a change. That is a change that my party represents.
Let me be specific with you.
Yeah.
What are the policies and strategies more especially our teeming youth, in order to assess assess things that will enable them to build their capacity to be part of the nation building? Have you had any agenda for our youth? What are they? Especially policies
absolutely.
that will enable them to assess.
Okay, because we are talking about providing jobs for the people, and of course involving the youth as well. These policies from our grandparents of Kwame Nkrumah, so there's nothing different from what Nkrumah had started. Today, I told Papa Smiley before Niyama Amar came in, I was talking to one of my members. She's a lady studying in South Korea today. And I said, when Ghana had independence, North and South Korea was at war, and Ghana was not at war. We should have been developed by now. Ghana should have been developed by now. Because of the principles our old man put in place. And we are going to emulate that and take the best out of it and get on with it. Because in Yemen, MPP will condemn. That's what the MPP is doing today. And I'm glad. Because today MPP is gone to China. Nkrumah went there, so he's a communist. Communist is the best in the communism is what we are seeing in China. Now, China is the second colonialist in the whole world, especially in Africa. China is now ruling almost the whole of Africa. They say they were communists. You see the best out of communists? And that lady told me that South Korea, South Korea here, Ghana can never get close to South Korea. Yet, when we were independent, these people were fighting in the bushes. They were being killed like dogs. Not Vietnam. So there's a great hope in us.
I heard you when you were saying it. I heard you when you were saying it.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for attempting that. But I want to see, have you got a framework that you are working with, a document that you are working with, that you can say, okay, we are doing maybe a medium term, a long term for the youth in terms of access. And that is something that I want you to address. If it is not, I mean, this is something that some of us can help in bringing on the board. The fact that you're a party doesn't mean that you have to. And we are here as Adrian Kessie, or we are here as Bamaso to support. Our motto is Ghana first, and we are not saying that it should be the perfect be it all, know it all. So there are certain things, if you are not aware of or if you are not sure, I think that we better about talk show. It is now about pragmatic issues. How many of our young people are not in education, are not in training, are not in job? How many are there? How many of them are selling dog chase around a circle area? Now it's no circle, it's across distance. How many of them are coming from, because when he was speaking, I was listening, people sleeping by the wayside, people advocating for people on the wayside. So what is it that, because our strength is in our youth, our human capacity. Now, yes, constitutional change and other things is there, but when you are dealing with a population that do not even know they are left from right, you say you want to, how would they even understand what you are even talking about constitutional change? They think that, I'm the same people. So I think that I am very, very much interested in how education, access to education, access to funding, access to capacity building, especially the younger generation, because
I think if I may come in, if you don't mind, can I come in, sir?
Come in, please.
Yes, thank you very much. You've mentioned a lot of things that is in every reasonable Ghanaian's mind. If you see the population explosion in Accra right now, it tells a lot. Go to the whole of Northern region. It's 50% geographically of Ghana. Why are those people from North? They are all down south. Why are the people even from Cape Coast? All they are in Accra. Almost everybody. The whole part of Ghana, they all must come to Accra to really, really live. They must all come to Accra, listen carefully, to come and build. I'm not from Accra. So to build in Accra, I'll be so wrong in principle. I don't believe in that. We'll free Accra. We'll be see down Accra. We'll be a grandson again, we'll be a Accra. We'll see that all. It'll be by a president, Mahama, by a president, Accra, or Bamboy, far away. Everybody's living in Accra. The whole of Ghana is almost empty. PPP will not believe in that. If you know my leader, Dr. Papa Kosindom, go to his hotel. He say, Ghana food near Sevu. We serve Ghanaian food. They say we must eat what we grow. We must grow what we eat. And to go honest with you, we believe in economic growth of the nation. None of these governments, whether NPP or NDC, is talking about economic growth. Nobody. They talk about GDP. How many people in Ghana understand GDP? So when I hear it, I laugh. Only very few Ghanaians understand what is gross domestic product. Yet they give some statistical figures. I have always argued against that. It's a thing that I can do. Any student of economics with a little bit of a knowledge in economics, you can do all these statistical figures without going to Bole Bamboy or Takwa or Takwa Kofodua. Nobody goes around. No statisticians go. No surveyors go to interview the people, the poor farmers on the farms now. So many villages, bush areas, Ghana. Nobody goes to talk to them. Yes, when they come and sit in Accra, they compile figures and they got stuff like state of the nation nonsense, excuse me my language. They come and tackle nonsense about the state of the nations. When our leaders themselves, they come from bush areas. Because by virtue of being president, no original state of the nation. When somebody will go there and unfortunately they give them a slap in the face and go back to your office and work sensibly. Nobody cares about it. I'm listening.
Mr. Yossi, look.
I'm listening.
Yes. Does your party at the moment, or us now, got policies? Do you understand? Have they got maybe housing policy, industrialization policy, transport policy?
We do. I would say yes to all that. Ask me, why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? I was landing a point and you cut me. Please, with all honesty, listen carefully what I'm going to tell you now. Okay. On 17th of May, 1992, President Rawlings, Rawlings signed our constitution. Great stuff. Signed the Ghana's constitution. And when you look at the Ghana constitution and come to education policy, it told us something. And I know that most Ghanaians don't understand the English language. If they did, we didn't prove it. Because in that education policy, what was in was that 1992, after that elections 1992, he says any political party that won elections and formed the government, must only 2 years honeymoon. 2 years honeymoon. So the education policy told us that 2 years hence, after coming to power, which is 1994, from 1994, that's the perfect interpretation of the English language, which most Ghanaians have not thought about it or they don't even know. So that means from 1992 up to 10 years, that's what they told us, that anybody coming to power must try and gradually introduce a policy of free and compulsory basic education. Gradually. 10 years hence. And honest to God, 10 years after 1994 was 2004. Both NDC and NPP didn't even study that or read it or understand it or implement that. Thank God. That's 2004. After that, 8 years, by God's grace, a party called Progressive People's Party was formed. Our party was formed 2008. Immediately, we said, look, if we wanted, I beg your pardon, we were formed in 2012, I'm sorry. That is eight years after the expiry of that education policy, which Ghana should have been fully compliant to free and compulsory basic education by 2004. No, we have to then your party, no, the manifesto say in September, assuming that we won elections and form the government, in September 2013, we shall introduce a policy of free compulsory basic education. Even we added some onto that, the free accommodation for the school, the primary school teachers as well. We put it in our policy. Then,
Mr. Yoss, you have not answered.
I'm giving you something. I beg you.
Okay.
With all honesty, you. So when we put in that policy, oh God, the whole Ghana said, oh come on, that's a wonderful idea. That's a wonderful policy. So Nanado Dankwa, unfortunately for him, he also he had seen our manifesto. The point 5 of our manifesto is the education policy. I want to say it makes sense. So he came to UK as usual. I don't know whether he came for dentist operation or whatever conference appointment. No, Oba when he came out, he was so proud to go on BBC, had the talk of all places. No, koi. You said about the education policy. Oh no, he said he will introduce it because PPP said it and said he will introduce it. Fine. And this man asked him, how much is it going to cost? How much does it cost? He didn't have a clue. And I'm happy to tell you now, he did not have a clue. There was 1 a.m. I was listening here in London. I was watching her talk. So immediately, I have to be honest with you, I called Dr. Papa Kwesi Indom. That your friend is messing himself up here. I say his friend because they were all in Kufuor's government as ministers or whatever. That was your friend who was good in him as the one you ask him, he said, oh, I will go home and tell the NPP folks before I come and tell you. Come on. Schoolboy got a very stupid answer.
Kabito.
Yes, sir.
It was a pretty simple question that you were put. So, but you are giving a lot of commentaries. So,
okay, Mate. You call me to order. Mr. Abdi said, yeah, what ideas? So this is you got ideas. Yeah, we got plenty.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Yossin, my question is, do you have these policies in place by your party so that we can go to your website? We can go to your website and review it.
No. We are not putting. Thank you. We refuse to put everything on the website because MPP and NDC will steal it. Education policy, MPP is saying they introduced it. We did. And anybody can quote me. Progressive People's Party, you brought it up.
So what shows it? We are not. Nobody's aware. Nobody's aware of it. It was nobody's aware
because they don't understand English language. Because Ghanaians don't understand. We just get a degree and we don't understand.
I don't know any initiative by your party.
I'm surprised that you didn't even have a clue. For me, I did have a clue.
No. Kabito. Kabito, you see, when you are asked very simple questions, no. Obi mute Nadia. I'm afraid Obi mute Nadia. I'm sorry. Answer when you are asked simple questions, we just need straightforward answers. Answer. Obusa say, is there anywhere I will bet me I could review some of these policies are all can That is what he asked. And then answer. What's it? I don't PPP more website to crowd.
Your website, but it's no matter of website.
Kabito,
you got a website.
When someone wants to read you see, Kabito, when someone wants to read something about PPP or wants to find out something about PPP, I find no.
Oh, your website.
Policies now must stand for no nina
www.pppghana.org. Yeah, well, I saw me can pocho or Siasipa which is the whole Ghanaian political parties, including Savina. So, ignore that. Nobody understood it. Most of them they get the degrees and pass for nothing. They substance. They didn't read it.
All right.
Anybody can challenge me right now that I was wrong. We should have been fully compliant with, because the reason I brought education was that if you're educated now, there are so many villages who are now they are doctors and lawyers and whatnot in Ghana because of education. Because Kwame Nkrumah brought education. Because Kwame Nkrumah gave them education. Do you understand? Education is great. So, Papa, 200 years, education, there's a lot of wisdom in education. Knowledge is power.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say. That's why education is most important than the catalog of whatever, or the catalog of ideas. But I'm telling you the truth.
Kabito, Mr. Abe, try answer, Mr. Remo, Obia mutinasem, Obia mutiny the answer. A friend is a jackracy, also. Remember jackracy, Abemu, quickly. Quickly na Oria mako fire chief so na fire chief so ay debe aba ejakresi bama so
abi just here Papa Smiley chia no any what here for you
obi aje so pa what
Papa Smiley me kada before sometime na ya semare ho da ya se corruption obi aba corruption onya power pe na corruption what they struggle or corruption fighting na the watching. Look, Papa Smile yana ya reho bebre say you get here independent a sovereign state over 63 years. Yes, we cannot be told doctor, no be say, the baby will be dead. We all know this. Who caused all these things here? The same before, the same black men, the same Ghanaians. You're Bruni. Oh, Bako Papa, or Casana, leader city of Niadi. Is he telling me that Kwame Nkrumah government wasn't corrupt? Is it what he's telling us? Is it what he's telling us? Kwame Nkrumah government wasn't corrupt? You see, Papa Smiley, the records are there. Nobody can change it. Juba Commission report. I'm trying. 1961, Kwame Nkrumah done broadcast to the nation. And I'm trying. Omabo Commission report. I'm trying. Abraham report about Ghana economy. I'm trying. Kwame Nkrumah no one knew 1964 address to Ghanaian Parliament. I'm cultural man. So I was in the minister. He was very much aware. Minister taking 10% before contract was awarded. This thing there was a time and the Kwame Nkrumah regime, Ghana near satellite the essential commodities. Now people made the Kwame Nkrumah in 90,000 why Ghanaians were queuing for essential commodities. Because why? All these things and before Korea down not a human and also but how can people make unnecessary arguments even though they know the truth? Obia Peseka Ghana, Yabeko could say. Because apart from the two Kwame Nkrumah stations, a man no Ghana within the first 2-3 years, you employ 100,000. So just imagine people coming out of school here and there. No employment. Long as about there, obey Crawford may break, Kofa, say the soul and when we be mother. The question I'm there from. Yes, struggle, yeah, could you talk about independent, what they call it, democratic system being. During Mr. Wallace's time, how many people did he employ? You see, it is no people blaming us. We all know our social problems. But since we have no answer for it, because Obiya, a man who want to me, no glitchy, not to trouble. Or glitchy, not to trouble. So we be Rollins, or just morality, here, honesty, transparency, or back can say me bring. Because the whole Ghana, I don't call almost close to 20 years. What kind of transformation? Not the brain. Mr. Rollins also you be to be a corrupt. No more boom to there wasn't corruption. because the man 20 years then obey. And yeah, yeah, some can no crown of an can you say it ain't happy be. Now I drop out papa ministers are 120 over. Does it make any sense? And a lot of commission here, commission there. It's too much. Ghana revenue creation. Not for Nipa say, how do you pay them? Oh, my yes, yeah, mamma chocolate, yeah, mamma chocolate. My ball later with you here. Irresponsible government agency here and there. Yes, somebody come and defend it. For instance, 10 million pounds of come and Guinea those days. Let me see 3-bedroom for every Ghanaian family. My family is out here. But for 2 what benefit did we get? Yes, somebody will come here and say, hello, boy, in the other, as in North Africa, blah, blah, blah. Because he get accounts in Paris, and what they call France. Obewu, the Hunquaco France, or San Hoyari. What would they make you? It be before so called nationality, but did you make it a long last? You bet 2 months, Robert Mugabinum. And then some of man come from Brazil. You see how worthy he was? How can he be trapped? 40 years no so or can you bring imperialist obey about telling the nation to one party to coca and before we can manage our own
democracy. But also run a commentary crying to or question on and then opinion I didn't buy many time I shall say Wooty, right? Yeah, the executive director of PPP and a buyer. Now, we wanted to know the change that he stands for or the change he represents, right? Hold on, no, say, going forward, Adia, the Nijin who said, corruption. So, now, Omodiano, and never be away a constitution, Muna, or more person, almost Sano, said, a bit to me, corruption, I know, equine, let's say, you're going forward as him. But as to say, Capito Abeka previously Niema Akosu in the past na for those things were in the past. Nti Abrantian is quite unfortunate say Abrantian na home na there out of form. Nti going forward, those are the questions that we want to know. If you have any question as to the standard the party has with regards to said you see kind of fighting corruption there, and you throw the question to Capito, and then he will address those questions because he is the party chairman here in UK and Ireland. Nti no bit me there I address the question at the amount. But as to say the SC in there, or the another yeah, no commentary or for now. Why?
Okay, Baba Small, the Capito, no, I say corruption party, you don't have to gain political power to fight corruption. There you can join the civil society or send petitions, say, be the petition come out and say, hey, what they call it, from you could you come out, prominent Ghanaian people, as so far as they can have get the civil society together to demand accountability. Other than that, you don't wait. You waiting to come power before you fight corruption. No, you don't have to win power before you fight corruption. I heard him, Mr. Capito. You don't have to win political party to fight corruption. You have to be advantageous if you are in power. However, as a good citizen, boy, yeah, friend, or next to your boy, I don't know what you are parliament or say that no, assembly of no fluid. Parliament don't be new one, or okay, drop that chamber. Also, but no one person, assembly of parliament, don't be a young to make new little bit of Muslim. And you do not have to win a political power, you don't have to be in power to fight corruption. As a Ghanaian, as a Ghanaian, he can organize demonstration or can send petition to some prominent Ghanaian people to see whether maybe they can see him to fight corruption. I don't know that, But I don't know what you say. So thank you very much.
Okay,
so
all right. Thank you very much. Eja Kresi. What? That's pa. Yo.
Okay,
Abito, say we there when Musa question biana.
Oh, obisa kusa wakasa papa. I tell you in fact I tell me there will be a wakasa about this no. Me there will be a sipa. Na first one I think seems that Niama maybe he misunderstood you. He goes from TV station to radio station to maybe our case wouldn't they rented or coin. Oh, but this something in a back into Maslow.
Okay, all right.
Then he will come another time.
Kone kind of chief here, so Obinyana, right? So Obinyana, yeah, fine. Now the mute Unyana, Manesamra, and then we can carry on. Why?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll do that if you don't mind. I'll do that straight away.
Yeah, my fire, Amra, and the fire.
We call from microphone.
Not this America, your way, Britain, your way. Corruption, office of Chasia. There be a will be if there's a town, a country, a city. People who are there's no corruption. But who's also in a day? The credit was now baby, when I was very young, in a day, 50 people died, half as me. When I say you, I tell you, but in that small town, number 4, in a day, no, that's a problem. That is what we're talking about. America, bet to me, since you are president, not to it, you bet to make it go at all. Corruption, but fine. But when it is you bet Jefferson Murphy, fine. Sometimes when we are not here, we get to make any commentary. Why are you corrupt? But we are talking about the results compared to those minors that happen. We come up with the kind of natural. I did one year a sign. What are you talking about? Asian countries, not just here, Musuno. Go and look at what happened there. Mama tells me, Nikunu, the corruption Gagantua, and another pushing it. What is happening to Comcast? They are looking for the result. Senator, because we know some people think in our era of the world we should allow the white rule because we cannot manage. If you can't manage, just be at the corner. I am sick and tired. Papa, I am sick and tired of hearing those things. Demotivating to our youth and our future. If you think it's a white man that can only rule, be with him forever. Papa pointed in here, Dr. Asopadoku, and Kupunshila. Also, Okofa 70-point plan for by a whole chairman of a Poker party. I don't know how many people last 2 years, last 2 weeks now. Papa, Abi, I didn't go on our own kind. I have a person beside myself. I will manifest with him. Half a year, I want a 6 year, almost to focus on, and you can put at the buy. Go and read Edward Mahama, the manifesto. Edward Mahama, dear. It's because you are stick to one party and you are not interested in what happened. Sir, free education with Pap Kasi Indum. I want the manifesto. One kind. Well, but it's not about a free education. Papa Smile is what be a ina call number 5. Yeah, no, a quality education. Quality education. Do you understand quality education? And what's on the piece of power you're talking? It's not about you making it free. Mr. Kitios question many years said. What is quality education? You don't have it. If you have it, you should explain to us in a simple terms. What is quality education? What is the difference between free education and quality education? And then there work plan more 17-point plan and they are not talking about access to education. It is like tell me what is quality education and what are your strategy to it.
All right. Thank you very much. Now,
and the work plan in 17-point plan. He talks about quality education. Okay. And I want to know from him if he understands what that means. So, and no any effect. I get access to education. And then I area access to education.
All right. Thank you very much. Ma bomodia ascend capital 17 sustainable development goals no 17 in ma send amount na said
quality education on addressment say ni omo kan e ba ko ana.
Okay, all right. Said media ma doku e kan number 1 no no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 4, quality education. Number 5, gender equality. Number 6, clean water and sanitation. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. Number 8, decent work and economic growth. Number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Number 10, reducing inequality. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Number 13, climate action. Number 14, life below water. Wow. Number 15, life on land. Number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And number 17, partnership for the goals. Kabito, Yankwe, was it quality education?
Medasi. What is free or quality education?
A difference. What's the difference? Difference.
There's a difference in this. We got bad teachers teaching. You got education system. So who bad teacher go classroom only listen, the kids are using a computer without seeing computer. It happens. I said, you study about computer without seeing computer, without having a laptop on your own. Oh, that's a free quality. Ghana should pour a pass without seeing the real things. I personally experienced some. Me offer say all the gone. Or buy a textbook. I'm telling you the truth. Now, the lecturer Libby. I'm wife near book man. No, here computer science le gone. See, we lecture because old edition. Ghana will filled with some rotten information. That is why the international groups are top class. That's a European level or whatever. Call it what you mean. Who got Ghana to see school for poor people. Expensive schools. So quality, we can still with me quality education. This is what I want to emphasize. Maybe school. School, international school. I knew Christ the King School. It was the best primary school you could go. Christ the King. Now say no myself. The first time never be in teaching. Now profon ko. So many means a switch back road. And I'm me worry switch back road. You could be all. Do you understand? It's a quality even primary education at that time. You can't Cambridge school, now you do exams to Cambridge school, Cambridge school certificate examination. That's the real true quality. I could say Eton. So when I came here, I had debates with my friends who are English people. I said it was a better education system in Ghana. In fact, now those days now primary schools were good up to good standard. Our primary schools, you could turn a change in assistant yama. Now, you team now, or you're honest, no, but like I said, in the American aircraft, I'm telling you quite honestly, young primary schools in those days now, in the 60s, I don't know, it's better, better quality than
Kabito. I don't know, fire quality education, no question, Kabito, yeah, no amount there.
Now, ma'am, it's just a minute or two.
Okay. All right. Kabito, me and say never run up.
We had some quality. Okay, we had quality education and some changes. Never so many changes of government and all that. No, master saying who said in 24 they bring their children to United Kingdom even to attend the primary schools. The system, the curriculum you use, is just rotten one compared to the same Ghanaian kids when we were international schools. It's different up to now. Just the same as bringing your kids to Germany or US or UK, the rest is crazy for on the low level. Yeah, government over no. And I tell you, in those days, those who studied in 40 years ago, 45 years ago, are far better than their counterparts today in 2020. Only here can watch some. We had equality long ago, but when we change the system, everything is rotten. Me and America Church, we be be work on University of Ghana, we be just sitting and that's 10 years or 12 years ago. I promise you, we just have debate with him. And specific. Because I knew somebody who was doing economics. He came here. We talk about doing so. No, guy, he doesn't know what he's talking. He has no gone. No economics. Teacher, all the dictionary teach you know nothing. Me, I'm catch up. If you call secondary school kid, about me, I challenge you. We are always second year university Ghana in those times. Me, I'm catch up. Why say you always say you join if you are near school? Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about, but it can go on and on and on. All I'm going to say, education is most important. Once you educate a kid, a person, he is no longer ignorant. You can teach his parents and grandparents and all that. Development, Nadina, all from knowledge, knowledge which is power. So, some person can, but in the question, education is at the center of development.
I'm sorry.
Yo,
I'm sorry. Papa, I said yes,
maybe because I can't hear you.
Papa, one of the problems is that the guys who go into government do not understand even our own problem. They just end up about me kind. They just talk about the pink sheet. What is on the surface of the pink sheet? You take as somewhere. Insecurities and Insecurities. I say I hope. You see, that type of education now command the mind, literacy and numeracy, just to cope and do the right. Yeah, travel. That age, what you have with Mama no back Ghana, that Ghana for my starting to age. I say, yes, Ghana for years, but that is not the quality education we are talking about in the 17-point plan. A quality education makes a student to be productive to himself or herself and the community. So they used to be asserting business and now will be employable. That is what we call quality education. It's not you being able to read somebody's language and then ask the 17 times 7 and you tell the answer. That is no education of the 21st century. So you need to get that right and go and write that manifesto again. It's not about having access to education. It's about you being educated, being able to be productive to yourself and your community. It's simple as that. And you don't find it in any of our manifestos. Okay? Netflix, the guy who have Netflix, can wealth. As in Cocoa produced in Ghana for 10 years. That is what we are talking about. It's not training somebody to go to parliament and speak English. That is what used to be. When he was talking about Nkrumah, no. Most of the Nkrumah thing was for an era, a term. Think new, Mr. Kitioso, with all due respect. If you want some of us to push or back you people should think new and forget about Nkrumah. Those things. 40 years, think about it. Take your own picture when you were 40 years back. Can you present it today for even a passport? Think about it. What the 40 years picture this year, you better reject it. No passport office will accept it. Why? I come. There are only few things you can improve on it. And only anywhere. So, Mr. Kitioso, go back when it comes to education. I don't know paramount. And look or go to them and ask, what is quality education? What is quality education? Papa, that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. Tabito, nze fire chief, wa mo adwuma kese pa, adwuma kese pa say the hu dwuma. Quality education. The hu dwuma ma ne. ene yentie Bombardier we a mako achi ene abesu bi Bombardier o
yeah mo
yo ene onso ka bi abrante no na homa na to enti we couldn't take any question from you when he was on but
me the more can na me cut different thing me cut the na more can and
sir you're the executive director of PPP and buy right PPP progressive
PPP
progressive people's party
CPP promotion
we wanted to know the change he represents as well no buy and also corruption hand pa enti no views how they buy and they say constitutional amendment should be in place so that they will be able to fight corruption. That was the first stand he took. We deliberated a little bit on that, but unfortunately na homa no ato yentimi anko enim na imse Capito the party chairman of UK and Ireland intino ana questions no to Bruno say obit master point kakra education who the OTA fire ene abe ene busasa question na o mo pemu aye e wo ho ntino so nso wo question me de ma Capito obetimi abusa why
I'm say bakono kasa mitini kakra corruption side nam se mitia so na me sure na makaje se system oi ya kaka ye wo orders sebi all things be ko se de be ka no se be se me ne me yire ewa me ntimi ma me yire fanta se so dis obenyem this me manu ye obadi nsu no ye semen na sperms in wom no na nyakopon ya dum na se ba ko tie yi na ekokan kosia na enye da ko fam support fam kosia bi odipa su tu kosia na ekosia dan ka wabon paye se ja miscarriage bia amba na watimi 9 months time no na se dia hye no watimi awo enti eno ye first order condition no eneni ade se me ye na se me ne ye ansa na awo no yetimi aye ne kakran kaje gine so akozi se ja odi obla yo na odum folic acid ne ade sana system tie in system your first order condition say eno ye necessary I say to me ban sana second and say corruption ya kan enano present by ye also ye day or ye can say Ghana beyond aid meboa Ghana beyond aid enano ye metusala bako ye Dr. Can say Osafo Mafu omko yi MRI Archbishop Palmer amina kwotna se ma Archbishop Palmer kwa or the bomale nyum kwa emancipate yourself from mental slavery says anyum no any Ghana beyond aid and echo na de me kanya se obi ase bi wo se wo pese wo ko beyond aid ye ka aid ayemwa. Aid can be a form of a loan aid because papa say who bisia na me mo bia enye boa na me ama ono enti boafumu no loan is a subset of aid a universal set and na obenya sa aid a loan no e kasa set no ho enti obi ma loan wa aid no de ama ono yaji loan yaji gratis no ye free ya jiri na ya my clean sheet still we cannot go beyond aid na kwate kwase de enko so want to man na kwate didin and you say oboni cut your coat according to your size sebi maybe madam it mean to koto echa eso miti ndebi na me de kwashe miti na miti na akode debi oso miti koche echa and miti na either say the same size and at least smaller than my head and this is why obi who say echa de sheme no na okopam okoto echa esusu ti de o de to so obi ehun na bobo ne oni ana zo wan ye na wo kura wo beti afi asembe na me thing Ghana beyond aid it should have been the second order condition or say no bibi ban san no aba e de no say eba prefix no any friend Ghana beyond corruption and as maka je se me wakufa do so omuka Ghana beyond aid da omubo hu de ro no and I'm catch them say here Some person Ghana beyond aid in papa, Eddie Moonjai, Muhodonian called Ghana beyond corruption, and no, so to fight the corruption now. Aid Nangasabeba because Ubeniska can be brave. Na papa ye kwaya kwana ye kwana ye 10 million na so would 2 million a year and 8 million away. Papa, and 8 million away.
That's right.
Na 8 million would be for ye at the 8 now open for the Koyano. And the Maca say no when you Ghana beyond aid in you. There was a coy corruption now. You must say Mrs. Bapak Sika Ghana. Ma ko Ghana, Mrs. Toby Kwame Crabo, the Conoma you lose or one a shame. She tower hop papa. Ebi wo sika, ebi ni plans, ebi wo plans, omuni sika, ena de wo plans a wo sika de ene kejua ene sika na do benya. Meka to ono omuni na sa boba de wa ko ye hia wa be. Mo say enya me no say me meka ye obi a ye minister a home minister for evaluation and monitoring. O timi nya adwuma no obeka akra, obeka Ghana, enu nti kwanti na kai ye me pa Ghana for my expanded. Onu nti ye Dr. Antonio say enti and the person is according to Naka, not your copan comment. Can you Ghana branch or Copa Ghana Nidia baby? We are getting here, we will be in Wubu, a buy and recognize you. Will be Anthony baby now as a brass Benyan and Young. Make us almost say, it makes sense. It makes sense. Corruption, no queen, you be 8 million index. Yes, the police is the normal corrupt one. Why, you this king. Cash for seat and your corruption. She's gonna be more a year, everyone will do a better corruption. And now, no, a tap on thing. You see, I can't say a converter, all release all the 10 points are a member investment matter domestic bond, and will release 5 out of 10. You don't call Charles wait for. And so, no, one said that you insist in the being corruption, they can be any or my judgment from 50-50. Half empty or half full. Wow, simple finance minister one part eating number, and so they say any personal liability, and until you can avoid this one, yes, or the cockot. Papa, Mrs. Kawa Ghana, and I'm catch a cocoon quank, and no my cricket billionaires, millionaires, or quang or media chocolate, Mars, Hershey's, Cadbury. And young cost a Ghana beyond corruption. Yet me mitigate corruption to the best minimum. Every with the million, it may reduce from 100, ever a 30 crown up. Oh, Papa. Then can you think you can offer and any finance minister of Ghana or surround of on China? This offer the finance minister of America, South Korea, the Netherlands, UK, Muslimo, ya budget to budget no budget deficit. Shika Yajina, Ghana revenue, internal and outside Nano. Your budget 52 billion budget and so it is somewhere near Bomoko, yes, there. Then conforms to 2 members who are better on tax, that's our man, so their own tax can be Abagan. I am Munji now for the budget. Or the Maya, chia, or Quasana budget, this can have. They be our budget deficit. Who sounds a trade deficit? Who revenue wouldn't you through export? No, it's just saying a import, you can say expenditure, and no more about Ghana, no, as soon. Adding as a soon that we Arab lands by all. Usu here Sokodia, na any brown for Korea friend in Soko, any of your friends Sokodia, again the way we added okay Sokodia in China. Bamboo no Kwayum, added don't think papai. Cocoa processing semi and finished product. Now would it be a fertilizer? Would it be a cancer liquid liquor? Would it be a cancer essential drinks? Would it be beside the chocolate cocoa butter now? What create a whole lot of jobs? Now Nipa Bako or minister or sudden back question fleet. When you have more retirement that. Maybe that and now auditor general or say or something what here UK company be or man you be $1 million dollars for no work done. Number percent into $1 million. What made you a bit my year multiplied by 5.5? That is 5,500,000 Ghana cedis. Should the number of polyclinics a bit missy? I don't even want to talk about the check compounds and the clinic. I don't quite the money and check compound. Every missy they pray. Nanka ho kolebu honum corruption tea. Tema hospital. Obia ya pre antenatal care memo baby or nimbia in chef is part of National Health Insurance Scheme no more exemption. Papa.
Fire no person bomb quick.
Bombari. What you have been doing? Can I do this plan? I can idea. It's gonna go to Iron. Cardian UK company to Ghana to audit corrupt practices. And who's can move? Look at the intention. And the school down just to come and audit opposition party activities. And who's can we
Eastern Corridor Road, and now no more the bomb Hamas. One of the customer Eastern Corridor Road, and no one road, and I go point just no. A project within a Eastern Corridor, a free Accra, Equa Kosumo, Equa Kosi Upper East, and the Eastern Corridor Road. It's Mamma section. The next section of Bayano, about Bayana, okay, also contracted Mum auditing. It takes 2 years, almost $22 million. Korea say nothing is wrong. Mahama Juma will be with this guy. What waste the time no? $22 million we are editing. And you shall say look a section now. One customer contractors in Juma was our Mahama one year. No, I don't put a picture now. A free a car could see at a point of water ready no more. And I don't know, don't put a picture. Mrs. Say I'm fighting Ghana beyond corruption. There's nothing beyond beer you bit my Ghana may. What is going to be your age? A brother is going to be what my age. Papa, you're being Casabia when you scramble and win him one. No, yeah, the idea. Yeah, Paget say, no, maybe say, a fan topic, a ready, onio, your crown onio, every Niger. I was him. Overcard ye for Niger, onio, assassin the dog gunning, me future commit media, onio. You need to meet Bob by any tree, a tonina, onio. Musaka in tools if you bokina abra akomadan that way kwame kwani nyanse mo we see palugu tomato pass now all this and the tomatoes in tools be free akomadan. The system is there for us to succeed, but we love corruption, bribery, any appendix catachism for any kind and kukumu ademudie ene haye hwe enano papa corruption amika wasem you a whole jimensa Adie da ho man say obiaba declare a public office order declare asset within 6 months. Within 6 months. When declare 6 months or declare 18 months and then they call charge when we say when declare within 6 months but at the end or declare on yes. Papa no maybe who be some who say na after declare ye ya cause go yen say ye kwatafo ye educated fools. Mr. Word metiana meniaje ampa ye educated fools. Maka just me say abisho mi nsu bi hen ka me ma bia ma bet ma cha de me mi nsu bi kwata sam we nti no e me enyam na me ko hye ma no maka just say yes say emani o mem say emrabo ho na wundi so no hisi bi bia trust me kwase bia emrani boni ni wo nti no me de hama botu ma ye ni mra bia say me de hama botu be chime nti ni wo bom tremes mo bi ni ye kosa ko enye boni wan ka so ko hye say public office holder Uba or say Ghana for news and pa out na akosia be tiko baako ahwedia baako or toes baako or nyado baako or I can say apotoya baako declare ke form ni fail within 6 months. Papa they be part of it my years as so it within 6 months mean declare one kasa SS and normal me ankasa me bomane mo me normal kwa me ya hen and me declare but it's a catastrophic corruption or declare later obako to for one pajaro ni de keke kenti no on pese be de kini hu no ko police station don declare charge a commission for human can you tell me a commission for human rights administrative justice so maka just on no company or say ye minister of justice or say minister of justice no you free attorney general because obi o ya aban lawyer de ultimate defend civilian man ye de bi obako aban fa it is charge na kasa the true Minister of Justice, no. Obi who implement justice, no. One kasa charge what you to say, Mami, ready for within 6 months, would declare justice. Will take it 18 months. That is 6 times 3. Will take it more than a 300%. Time Yadaman no also declare within 6 months, only declare 18 months. Shrad Commissioner say that I'm ready for name moment at the end of the day, no, still I will declare. That's what declare.
Yo, Mama, you're for to an
so all right. Just you are going beyond this corruption. Aid, you know, would aid me back and yes. Papa, That media say his wisdom is just by his children. And to me, they may say, me take Ghana beyond the name Bufu. Name will be over Ghana beyond corruption there. Not me know, you bit me, I do man, and to Papa, what idea? Say, PPP bit my Dumano or man, dear. Papa, Dr. Park is in the cast on the bad year. He's going to decouple the Attorney General office from the Minister of Justice. Because a castle, my catcher. Mammy, always a Gloria Kufu, or no, I buy a lawyer. And there's also a lawyer, my not Papa Bay. Cash for seats by one Uncle Jina Sibylla and Uncle Jina President. It's a no. It's your Cassas and the managers. Oh, Park was it. And yes, you book to see a book in a pre. Yajin alliances, Yajin be a papa. I don't know how part in the bit my butt. Something so I've done some who's more ballot box in the paper and the ABA not. Let my campaign, almost and the Minuko Minia Kwana,
all right, thank you very much. Now, young call Bubu's way. Bubu, Fafana where the bra, Abby, not in the Fana where the ba, happy to fire still out the Fana where Baba, name any and sorry so. And then Bubu, so on a bit may ye from Mudia, you from the uncle. All right, say Bubu and Candia, Abby. Hey, Abby. Tete. Okay. All right. Say, Abby and Tianka, Capito, any Ifrimwe. Thank you. Fafana where the Bram said Bombardier and Sokra Cabibre, and Kakra or Kafa Hono. Now they'll find out where that's also meeting noon.
But that's it. Open your organization and the last word to Maria.
Papa Smile, I did here. Papa Smile, why you block me?
Oh, I don't block you. I don't block you. Okay, let me
come in.
You want to come before?
Please, let Honorable Abby speak first.
Okay.
I beg you.
All right then, Abby, Yankwe, why? Yanko, 5 minutes.
Bombardier, you have told you to link me to your people, but you don't want to. Papa Smiley, let me. As I think I've said this thing here before, but let me repeat. You see the energy and the vim these people use to address this coronavirus thing, and the mechanisms they try to address the coronavirus thing. Do you think if we spend the same energy and the same mechanisms to fight corruption, we won't win? Now they have established an office purposely for people to report COVID-related issues. Can't we do the same thing to report issues to do with corruption? If we manage to do, pardon?
No, sir, we can't. You can continue. They wouldn't. Not that we can't. The government would not.
Yes, they would. They would not, because they are the people perpetuating the thing. They did the same for COVID because they were afraid that if COVID catches everybody, like how this stupid health minister, a whole health minister, you've caught COVID, and you came to categorically deny that you have not had COVID. It took the president
in the hotel.
Yeah, it took the president to confirm this. Do you understand? When I describe people as villagers, people think, oh, because this guy is from Accra, or because this guy grew up in, he's describing, the people listening properly. When I describe people as villagers, I'm not describing them as where they originated from. Villager relies on, it comes from the way you think. Do you understand? When you come from the village and you go and get money small, let's say even from here, those of us outside, so people, all what they are doing is go home and go and display. The same mentality people who are managing us have. They want to go back to their village for naked children or naked people to surround their cars, surround them. It is in the mind. It is the way we think. It is the way we behave. It's what makes us, it makes our minds, our brains small. Look at a whole health minister. who cannot even live according to the tenets of the organization he's leading. I mean, in which society, developed society, can they accept this? Health minister, you are sick, and you are telling the people you are not sick. Incredible.
Resting.
Yeah, so if they use the same mechanisms, they've established locations, let's say offices in every region. If you see any corrupt deal, if somebody asks you of any bribe, or some in your contract awarding everything, just call them. Baumia was taking course at that COVID station. Baumia, he was taking course and directing people. Do you think if we put the same mechanism, the same effort in addressing this corruption, we won't do it? We won't solve it, or we won't reduce it drastically? But no, they will not do it because they are the people perpetuating the thing. Both MPP and DC, they are all the same. Do you understand? Because when they do that, they can't do it anymore. So they pretend as if they are not aware of it. And in the process, they keep killing the people. Unfortunately, our level of, I don't know, intellectual development and so on is so low that, what annoys me about Ghanaians, what annoys me is this. Somebody has been engaged in corruption. Somebody has done something which is wrong. You find somebody who doesn't involve, who it doesn't concern, will come and defend that person. I cannot get that. Do you understand?
All right, Abby. Thank you very much.
The person has not done anything.
That's it. Why? Thank you very much.
Yo, Baba Smiley, yeah.
Thank you. Mama Sachi, after Achi Betty Menkan, Ajo. Nse Achi, on Tianka. Any a capital train and Bessa o Casaria and fire doom Jananeko. Why? Intino.
But I don't finish. You take the day away from me.
But you, my uncle, I said 5 minutes now.
True.
You finish. Oh, you finish. Why? Any media Madoku. Found so far now where the bread. Why?
Yo, Papa, and I take capital in fact, I will sympathize with him. Say, you're not Obama, the main address. But as the chairman for a whole UK, I would encourage some of the things are facts. It shouldn't digress to still bringing problems. We are now looking at pragmatic ways of moving forward. I would want to hear from him. Okay, on the area of poverty eradication, this is what we are doing. On the area of children and aid, this is what we, because somebody like me, I have more than one vote. So, if you are talking to me, you are not talking. I'm not a politician. I'm listening to the issue that you are addressing, and I'm very glad he said he has something to say. Okasa said politician, but I want them to come out of the status quo and then come with issues. So Onima, they are the facts, so that when he's saying things, if he doesn't know, there is no a qualm in saying so. Where the master, I mean, share the amount, so that at least we can be talking. Yes, I know you say things that are not there. Then before you are aware, you are loosening yourself. Until now, you are not making impact on what you have as a party. I don't know, Papa Manuato.
You, thank you very much. Mediama Adoku. And Gabito, Yankwe, now also. Final word.
Medasi. Corruption once more. Who say yen manifesto is addressing these things. There has not been time to explain because we believe that the president himself must not appoint the attorney general and even minister of justice. We want the justices themselves to appoint these two positions. We want the policemen, the police college, to appoint a Inspector General of Police. The same thing, the military. The military men must appoint their own top leaders. So that they are not responsible directly to the government. These are areas which mean eradicating corruption. But as we know, as some CCC, you can't call a Safumafo or the Ministry of Finance. You can't charge him because it's a relative. Now, the government, the corruption itself comes from the home of our own president. Our own president, the Bushini, no, or judge or quarter, or Judge Kusindum, Madam Adu. So, or Judge Kusindum, where do you think it's going to go? Where do you think it's going to go? The president, the Bush and food be ever. Whatever you want for your fantasy, your interfor, Nadina, Seb, is SM4. How many of them are really there? Who shares is here and the Bush of food be a woman? Man can say they are not intelligent, but is it good? It's not good. Oh, corruption. Just no fast, and then the Bush in here or woman or upon here won't make us for to fear. It's not about jailing people, but you cannot correct. As a teacher, why would teach you your own children in class? Well, you always remember Ubani defense all the time. One instance said, Uban be baby defense, Uban. So, you see, corruption assembly, if there is a demand for a commodity, a demand for a commodity, we know how it turns. We know how it says because you still know, let's say you say it's in abundance. Nobody will pay money for water. You know what I mean? If there's something there in abundance, you wouldn't. The system is not good. You're too gold. You see a person, melting gold in war. Ghana, more Ghana. Ghana, Dubai, Makoto, trinkets and all that. It's from gold made in Ghana. These are areas, a Mimi party. We want to come in to do something different. We are not strong, we are not mighty. We want to come and do things that these two big parties in woman. MPP is a 63 years old for the party, only a small party. And so on certain areas, we are McCoy. Woman show NPP is 29 years. How's it 29 years? 16 years part of the corruption. The person you need a good name. They want to have a good name. They say the MPP because of Kufuor. We're talking of MPP, Dankwa, Buzia, Dombo tradition. We still talk about it. Why are you telling us that MPP is 29 years old? Well, and Dankwa, Dombo, and Buzia, they all died long ago. They formed the MPP. They still talk about Buzia, Dombo tradition, which I'm proud to refer to. And the corruption is rooted everywhere. Everywhere. That's why PPP is coming in. We want to change. We want that to go forward. We want to do things that are not being done by these two political parties. So old man Kwame Nkrumah scholarship of the man, let me tell you, scholarship of the man, Ghanaian children, one family CPP from Guam. You were people who be brave. I want to win a scholarship record. East of the Soviet Union and other Unkushia. They be a doctor, be an engineer. That's what we want to see. And that's what we believe in. So, yes, in your party, and that woman was a party, maybe MPP from Guam, a scholarship. And I say, it's all good. Mr. Rollins has come to correct all these mistakes. Still, our official is coming again, Papa Smiley. It is coming again. We are seeing it. You can feel baby, we journey back because we made Jamaica. Yes, I born with you. No journey by. Rollins, you call Soldier for Naja Kuye. Look at what is going on. Look at Kevin Taylor. Look at Kevin Taylor, one of the finest presenters or journalists you can get. Kevin Taylor and some more kind of. I don't cry. The government must come and answer. One day I was on a particular radio station. Let me make a statement. Say, Mr. Kevin Taylor has leveled so many allegations against the Ghana government, and nobody is talking about it. I am not saying it's true. But I know I was educated to understand the Ministry of Communication would communicate information to the people of Ghana. And the Ministry of Information would give information to the people of Ghana. Kevin Taylor is saying these things, No one him. But personally, me flew on me radio station. Me flew on her, me, Sana, when me tear me, Jubilee House. We said government official to come and disagree with me, Kevin Taylor. It means that how can you credit? Now, because some market yours and Ekano, you're young Wigma. Yes, I can be there. You see what I mean? We should and also second means of information communication straight away. They should support the president. The Kufadu is not supposed to be doing all these donkey jobs. They're all paid. The refusal of the Minister of Information and Minister of Communication to do their job. Look at Kevin Taylor, PDS candidate, and something. That's corruption. So for that, they're still in position. The Bush of whom, and all that. Yes, Nana, it'll be Macassery. So, your question be on Pochophobia can be on that.
Your final words in Tiamusa question, in Tinema. Fire Numjan. That's it. That's a fire question. Me the man, yeah, and you're with him. Fire.
As a fire, you can't stop him. You always have something to say. The fire, Mr. Mitio.
Let us say, take it yours, and then swabber. But I hope so. We're resort. When you're not, it tells me one thing.
Yes.
Ghanaians want to see dichotomy or a radical change between what people stand for and the NDC and the MPP. It's not about, I understand. I understand. Some of my catcher, Saofa Mahama, Akufo-Addo, Indum, in terms of what each person can do.
Yes.
Resota, Indum will be ahead. Let's say 80%. Abra, this one will be ranking, these two will be ranking 45. But it's not about Indum. The kind 72-point plan now. The last one is talking about peace and strong institutions. Indum can never be in all our regions. Indum can never be at the finance department, can never be at the health department. So therefore, we need strong institutions. In the that way, I said, so far for the amount. Mun studying it very carefully. Okay, what kind of paper now? What kind of paper now? You see why we are here. Also, when you ignore quality education, when you go under education, when you ignore quality education, you are encouraging violence and corruption. When you ignore quality education, because the person can read and write, so you know what is in the book, but he can't do anything. So when somebody come and give me anything, you accept it. Yeah. How many British people you have been here for years? They are talking about politics. Because the people are productive. Go to our ministry, go to our workplaces. People are talking about government, the economy, more than 2 hours in their 8 hours dealings. Price production. So you guys have to go and study this.
Fire.
Come out with something radical that will make it different from this. Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Your concept of quality education is about reading and writing? No.
Oh, no. With facilities. Provide facilities to the people.
I don't know what you were
listening. Before I forget to know, this is in West Midlands of England. So doing what we were doing even applied economics. And you know what? They took us to the factories to see the production line and stuff like that. If you want to come to a classroom, they are lecturing you. Lawyers, the same thing. We are lawyers. Jurors, Nadina, decision. It helps. It's a quality education. It's not just too poor and pass.
No amount of classroom education will make you fit.
Mainly classroom, yeah. Oh.
Do you understand? No amount of classroom education will make you fit for purpose. As well as no amount of books you read will make you be able to do things.
Absolutely not.
It's not fit for purpose.
Oh, Mr. Abi, you are speaking my mind. You are speaking my mind because my big brother went to Russia to do medicine. Would you believe me? Only those Ghanaian students and African students, when they went to Soviet Union, the first day they went to the university, Kharkov University, you know what they did? They put dead body on the table. If you see, some people even fainted. They told you got to do book knowledge before practical. In Russia, they start with practicals maybe before they learned how to speak Russian language. My brother come, so come on, that was a perfect system. Dead body straight away because you want to be a doctor. Nobody dead body to straight away. They started working with it. That's what we want to see. Practicals.
Go to Germany.
Yes, sir.
If you go to Germany, the education is longer because most of the people going, they work and learn as well. That is why Germans their titles because they sweat it. They work hard before. You will see German, somebody who describe himself doctor, professor, or doctor. Even their wives or their spouses can take the titles because they work and learn as well.
Hey, Abe, now some what you there? Na Abe.
I did bachelor.
I didn't know. I can't tell you. I make come as a
Abe, you finish.
As if say. As I'm it was off track.
I
have over the years.
I have to defend. I have to defend Abby for the first time. I have to defend Abby.
Fire also name you wasem. Why?
As I'm overcoming I'm telling Mr. Kitios and say, what we need is not free education. Even though I am aware, in the proposal here, but that is not what we are talking about. We want quality education. Go and study the document very well. Now, point 17 is talking about strong institutions. Now, what kind of document in the whole document now, where I highlight, over Bakumbia, about 36 sheets. What kind of even in appointing judges, it's not only making it independent, too. It should be representative. If you're more from inclusive into court and Supreme Court, so on way and naya, each region be one should come from there. That is inclusive. Uncle Fa Sabi and Cram for Enko good Supreme Court war. This even is in our own constitution. Cabinet, it should be inclusive. That each region there should be a member in cabinet because we are human. So that fairness will prevail. Just go and study this document. They are there in detail. And countries that are using it, you can see a real change. I am sick and tired, Mr. Kitios, and please listen carefully, of promises. I'm coming to do this road. I'll bring this. Look at health policy in Ghana. You call this one health care? So, Mr. Kitios, please, don't waste your time and the time of Ghanaians. We have no time. Sit down and be more radical and different from these two bullshit worker parties for now. If you are able to do that, I strongly believe these independent guys will join you because Indum is known already in the system. But we want a clear-cut policy, strategy that would differ from the one that we have present. As an know, so wouldn't be Saudi and this is so near people. Say there is nobody who have a third plan or third agenda or something new. Then the second bread, take the bread. Because now I know your manifesto is not there. And we need to make this one clear. Even the conservative, when you go to their website, unless an election is you won't see any manifesto. But you see policies, what they stand for, ideologies. Indeed, please, Mr. Kitiosen, stop telling us all the old stories we know. Come out with something new that the new Ghanaian want to see. That's it.
Yo, fire. And yeah, and so that's pa na yada ura Richard ni ama. And so I think he was going to go into further changes that he represents. But baako no koraa yɛntumi anwie baabi a ɔde kɔfa ne mu ɔden corruption kɛseɛ paa yɛntumi anwie ɛhɔ nyinaa nti no hopefully no yɛne Capito bɛkasa na yɛahwɛ if another time we'll be able to bring him on. Corruption no sɛ wotie ne nsɛm no a na ɔka no a sɛ one way or the other no n'ani abere wɔ hɔ paa, and he's well endowed with so much information as to what they truly want to do. But as to what they are doing in their small way as a party now, so now Bubu, or the Political Parties Act 574 no, kum kɛseɛ paa na yɛhwɛ sɛ wɔmbɛtumi afa ɛhɔ no koraa na agya ɔmɛtumi de ayɛ a big campaign for the 2020 elections. Corruption crying. And you know, we hope to just get him back on again, and then we carry on from wherever that we left off. Now, me adma ochna a question and answers version of Bama, so I'm yet to confirm if we will be able to have a guest on the Change You Represent series. But until then, the say questions na ya be ya better to your home. When say Capito or Besaba, no about questions ni be fine. But for now, ya better media ma doku enso ase ne ada Capito na mu enso ase big man achibobo onso ye bedo ase Prince the Bombardier onso na se kese enkoma na Ras Badwimba onso na se kese enkoma no opening body Spain or say I like today's program, and the man who spoke now well, I'm looking at the time that he sent the message, and I would reckon he was referring to either Mediama Adoku and I say Abi Imubako. And yes, I answer a body, Mammy Hue, the now so penasempano. Right. I'll say the Niji man now, Casa, that time no honor. When we was about to fight corruption in country, you need to change the constitution entirely. I know there are some cases to change the constitution entirely, no dear. I don't know if the entirety of a constitution, you know, if it's my and said yeah, a new register, yeah. Yeah, fancy ya. Na wow, touch the on 80 million na say here and come on. We say a German san a so while a jackracy was still on. A German san facheme. Me name seven am drop na say one I drop yeah. Nyam yard much na you better was free. What it? Na yen fancy ya see. Yen fancy ya see. Na nyame adma ochina yen samra emeto aso Bombardier or the special request by was here sorry so na netufo as say the be kan na netufo of blessed memory fata sa papa no wa bonyum bebre pa wa bonyum enyum de wa bobi enyum ba kwa amene je ho ame boy earlier on ya abeku yes when we say big man achibobo there be around abeku enyuma e kan sempa na kama semma memri bi atwam ntimane je sa anwum no ho pa yemfa atenga yebusa Bombardier ne se ne ho te se no ahyase eto atenga na che se ne ho ne se de ne ho sitie ya atenga yo yate Bombardier yemfa Bombardier request ne so ma no, and then we prepare ourselves to cross over to Ghana for Hour of Awakening and Empowerment from Ethereum Mission International. Medina one more time. Papa Smiley. Enjoy the rest of the day. Take care of yourself. Minim say easy lockdown measures, no, especially in the United Kingdom. I am reading something here now that says Beijing. Asem kesi BS wo coronavirus no asati esi Beijing. Ama lockdown kesi pa esi Beijing. Na say corona no oni e wo hopa onwie because I think say niema no opese o kire yen no we are missing the lessons. Yam yard much na e beto ankomo no so. Until then, keep it low right here on our 24 radio and keep waiting for Hour of Awakening and Empowerment. Atenga, bye bye.
Radio, and this is Aquento 4 Radio.
Ethereum Mission, the Church for Spiritual Empowerment, welcomes you into the hour of awakening and empowerment with Brother